Hi everyone, how we doing? Turn down the mic? Okay. I wanted to make sure it was loud enough. Is that better? Hello everyone and good morning. Nice to see you all, or good afternoon wherever you are. Yeah, so first order of business. We talked about it last time, how the S and the A tiers were getting a little clogged. It was just overwhelming how many people were in the A and S tiers compared to like B, C, and D. So I went ahead and went with your guys' suggestion to break them up a little bit. So now we have S+, S, A+, and A. And I added some explanations to the image up there in the top right, you can see. Just to show you guys what I did. Let me get this image up. So, what I did is I pretty much, where's the line? From Lord Shen down, that's the new S. And then S+ is Immortan Joe and up. And then A+, it goes Emotep to Michael Corleone, and then Hans to Koba in the new A tier. So you guys can kind of see, it's kind of hard for me to get this lined up right, but there's like the division for S. And I also, in the last stream, there was some images missing. These Scream characters were missing, and the Fireflies were missing wherever they are. Right there. So I put those back into where they're supposed to go. But other than that, there's no changes to the list. I just wanted to break it up for you guys because, you know, like I agree, it was getting clogged. Like all this was just one tier, all this was just one tier, and then you had these three tiny tiers down here. So I think it looks better this way. I hope you guys like the change. Let's see, we already got some super thanks, so thank you for that, Cinematic Sterling. Am I excited for Robert Eggers' Nosferatu? Yes, I am. I am very excited for that film. But let's see here. Let me go like this. Let me full screen. There we go. So before we get started ranking all the new guys, there is one existing person that I want to bump up, and I don't want to spoil anything if you guys haven't seen the show yet, but where is he? Where is Carmine Falcone? If you guys, I know he's around here somewhere, right? Yeah, there he is. Okay, so again, I don't want to spoil anything, but if you guys have seen the new Penguin show, you'll know that a little more got revealed about Carmine, and he did some pretty nasty things in his past. So I don't know exactly how much further he should go up, but maybe something like right there. That seems about right to me. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to spoil it because the Penguin is new. You guys in the chat don't try and spoil it for people who haven't seen it. But Carmine does some stuff in the Penguin series that's way worse than what he does in the Batman film. So yeah, I think Below Hail is pretty good. And then someone said, what about Patrick Bateman? Because I did do the remaster recently. And I think I said it in the video, but the American Psycho book is the goriest thing that I have ever read, seen, played, what have you. It is so intricate with the torture and murder that he does it's insane. So if we're factoring in book Patrick, I'd say he gets a bump too. Somewhere like, I don't know, maybe right there. What do you guys think about that? Factoring in book Patrick. So if you guys are wondering, I forgot to say it, guys, all the new characters are at the bottom. Okay, every new character that I haven't placed yet is at the bottom. So now's down here, Art's down here, which we haven't got to them yet. We'll get to them in a minute. But I forgot to say in the beginning, I can't go through all the previous placements and tell you why they are where they are, because that would just take too much time. If you're wondering why a character is where they are, I would suggest you go back and watch the previous update videos, okay? Because that would take too much time. If someone in chat wants to shout it out and explain why a certain character is somewhere, if someone asks, go ahead. But yeah, anyway. So Patrick right up here, what do we think about moving him here? Why don't I just make Book Patrick and Movie Patrick 2 different slots? I can. I could do that. In fact, that's probably a good idea. I think he was right there. Let's download a picture of Book Pat, or let's see, American Psycho. We'll do, where is that cover art? Cover. Yeah, let's do that for Book Patrick. Go like that. And I think I have to get out of presentation mode for this. Normal view. And then edit. And browse. And desktop. And boom. So we'll go ahead and put Book Patrick in. Go. I added some extra images in the last one, so they're there. Okay, anyway, Book Patrick is now back in, and we're back on presentation mode. And what now? Okay, so Book Patrick. Where do we think Book Patrick should go? We'll do him first, just because, you know, he's technically an old character. Book Patrick is probably able to Jack. Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna put that as a preliminary placement. Book Patrick up by the house that Jack built. Jack from the house that Jack built. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, next to Jack is good. Yeah, it's crazy. If you guys, I mean, the book is amazing. I mean, the movie is amazing, and the book is a little bit of a slog in a few different ways because there's so many descriptions of people's clothes and all this stuff. But if you guys are want to see something or read something extremely horrifying, I would read the American Psycho book, because man, I have a pretty strong stomach. I mean, I do this all the time. I'm just looking at villains doing evil stuff all day long. But even that got to me, and I was like, whoa, this is a little much. So let's see here. Okay, you guys seem fine with that. One other thing that, and I don't wanna, we're not gonna go back and do too many things like placing old placements. And I'm sorry, I forgot who brought this up on Discord. By the way, join the Discord server if you guys want to chat with me or some of the other people in the community. But one of my people on Discord made an argument that Ramsay should go up a few slots, and I told him that I would make a poll, and I think he specifically said that he should be above Freddy Krueger. So we're gonna do a poll real quick to see whether you guys think Ramsay should be moved from where he is right now, right above Fade, to above Freddy Krueger. Let's go ahead and get that started. Poll. Ramsay above Freddy. Yes. Nino Brown is not on here because I haven't covered him yet. So all these characters, for those of you who don't know, these are all the characters that I've covered so far. So if they're not on here, I haven't made a video about them yet. Let's see here. Poll. Ramsay above Freddy. What do you guys think about that? Homelander would be on this list if I've covered him, but I haven't covered him yet. I'm waiting for the show to end. I didn't want to have to go back and make another update thing for him until the show ends. Let's see. I don't know how many of these are animated, Ole. Probably at least 30 out of, what, 207 now? Oh, we're 50-50 on Ramsay and Freddy. That's interesting. 50-50. Let's see. So if we're saying 50-50, I am going to go... I'm not going to put him above Freddy. I will move him up a couple slots. I'll put him above Agent Smith. That seems fair. Again, I'm sorry, I forgot your username on Discord. I talk to a lot of people, but yeah, it's 50-50. That to me that warrants maybe a couple bumps, but not all the way up past Freddy. So, all right, that's all I wanted to do because I promised that I would ask you guys about that. But now let's actually start ranking the new characters. And first up is Titan from Megamind. Now, I personally... He's pretty awful. Doesn't have any real redeeming qualities, but... Does he deserve an S tier? Who is... I mean... You know what? Maybe right below Syndrome? Because I feel like Syndrome's worse than him. Syndrome had, plans to kill, like, genocide all superheroes and profit off of them by selling superpowers to people. Titan was just kind of on a rampage. And yeah, he's not, I don't think he's as bad as Syndrome. Like, too comedic. Yeah, and you know what? He doesn't really kill that many people, if I'm correct. And his rampage is relatively short compared to a lot of other characters. Let's see. No way he's worse than people like Light. Yeah, that's true. Not worse than Darth Maul. A worse version of Alex DeLarge? How's that look? We'll use our trusty poll. Titan's placement. Higher. Lower. Leave him where he is. Boom. Let's see what you guys think. Ooh, much more lowers. A lot more lowers so far. Leave him where he is and lower. Okay. Kind of like the Riddler. Yeah, I could see that. Let's see. Leave him where he is and lower are the two winning votes right now. So, another sort of 50-50 situation. If I was gonna put him lower, yeah. See. It's because I don't think. I look like Megamind? Well, you should check out the thumbnail for the Titan video and see if you notice anything interesting. He did care about his space mom. Let's see here. So it's pretty even between lower and leave him where he is. So I'm gonna lower him. I'm just gonna put him at like the bottom of A tier. I think that's pretty fair. I think that works. He's not. I mean, I'm more repulsed by a lot more of these people than I am by him. So, you know, I think that's pretty good. How do I stop the poll? There we go. End poll. And he does like bouncy houses and dip. He does like dip. He'll treat you to some dip. So that's a redeeming quality right there. Proximus Caesar. Now that's an interesting one. Because Koba's down here, and he's similar to Koba in a lot of ways, but I think he's worse than Koba. Proximus with the Dictators and S+, maybe. I mean, I could see him being like here with the Morton Joe. What do you guys think? Proximus goes with Scar and Shen. Yeah, that's pretty much, so Scar and Shen, he'd be like right here. Next to Morton Joe, he'd be like right here. S, maybe we'll just put him above Shen and Scar then. Oh yeah, I would say he's way worse than Koba, that's for sure. Proximus below Ras Al Ghul. I actually like this. You know, my initial reaction was to put him here, and then someone said, right, by Shen and Scar. I think this is pretty good for Proximus right here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need to poll that one. That seems pretty fair because, you know, people are saying to below Ras Al Ghul, which that seems a little low for me. I mean, yeah. Proximus was more the reason like Raz and Ozymandias are like in this part of the tier list is because at least they were like trying to save the world in their own twisted way. Proximus just kind of wanted a kingdom. I mean, he was doing stuff for the apes, but it was more for him, and he's much more similar to Shen and Scar in that way, I would say. Yeah, so. I think that one's fine. But what about Doc Ock? Now, Doc Ock's going to be an interesting one. Because Otto Octavius on his own isn't evil. It's the arms that make him evil. So, in my mind, he's, like, tragic. Definitely a tragic character. Yeah, B or C seems fitting. B, C. Let's do. Okay, I'm saying B, A, and C. So let's do a poll and see which one you guys think is best. B. Or how am I going in a weird order? A, B, C. There we go. And there you go. So what do we think? Doc Ock, A, B, or C tier? Which one do you think he deserves to go in? Oh, and to be clear, this is Doc Ock only from Spider-Man 2 and it's Spider-Man Homecoming? Is that what that one's called? I think. I'm not sure. Even between B and C so far. So could the arms be ranked separately? I mean, let's just consider that these are the arms, because I mean, if we're gonna rank Doc Ock, like, there's no point in ranking Otto Octavius because he's not evil. But Doc Ock, influenced by the arms, is evil. So the whole package here, the arms and what the arms make him into. Let's put it like that. Low B. High C, low B. Yeah, I'm seeing... So since it's pretty even between B and C, I'm going to put him at the top of C tier. That seems fair. I saw some people say D, so putting him in C just below B tier seems right to me. I think that's a good spot for him. Yeah, it's the Raimi and MCU version. Yeah, again, this is only characters that I've covered, and I've never covered a any other iteration of Doc Ock. Now, Mr. Emmanuel Zorg here, he is definitely an S tier, probably S plus. There ain't nothing redeeming about Mr. Zorg here, and what are his motivations? Like, help a horribly evil being, entity, creature pretty much destroy the universe? Or Zog, it's Zorg or Zog? Zorg. It's Zorg, right. Gaming Hub UK up in the left corner. You see, I'm ignoring all video suggestions for the stream because if I didn't, the whole stream would just be people giving me suggestions. So there are a lot of different places where you can make a suggestion if you want to. You can make them on Discord. You can make a comment. You can put them on Reddit. Any of those options would be better. And I do use like all those as a resource. Like I'll scroll through them and see what's being most suggested and all that fun stuff. But anyway, so Zorg, I'm pretty sure he should be in S plus, but I will do a poll real quick and see if you guys think S plus or S. Let's see here. I saw someone say below the Baron. Super Ender guy, below the Baron. I think that's a good spot. So we'll poll that next if you guys agree that S plus is right for him. What did he do? He was like a futuristic intergalactic businessman and ruthless. I mean, he'd kill people. Excuse me. He'd kill people, have people killed for money's sake, and then he allied with Mr. Shadow here in the movie, who is the personification of evil in that universe. And he was about to help him destroy all life on Earth for money. So, okay, S plus. We'll go with S plus, and I like next to the Baron. Well, let's see what you guys think about that with the poll. Next to the Baron. Higher. And another thing about these placements, guys, is, you know, at some point we could debate for 3 hours on where a character should go, you know, because everyone's gonna have a different opinion and recommended placement, but we gotta get through it, you know. We can't just hang on one character forever. So the closer we get to like an answer, that's what I'm gonna go with. Yeah, I could see that, Mr. Clean, but at the same time, I mean, he was about to destroy all life on Earth, you know. Griffith hadn't quite reached that point yet. So, if Griffith got there, then I would agree, but for a guy who was about to sell out everybody on Earth for a payday, I mean, that's pretty bad. So we see, I got 56% for next to the Baron and 32% for lower, so we'll go ahead and keep him next to the Baron. I think that's a pretty fair spot. Let's see here. But then his accomplice in the movie, Mr. Shadow, it's a personification of evil. Like, it's evil incarnate. And so these four up here are pretty much the same thing. I don't remember if Late Night from the Devil, if this is the personification of evil. But these two are, Morgoth and Judge Holden. So, I would say right there is fine. Mr. Wriggles. Yeah, Mr. Wriggles is what it's called. And see, I'm inclined to put Mr. Shadow above Mr. Wriggles and Judge Holden, because Judge Holden, so in my video on Judge Holden, I argued that he's like Satan in the flesh. So he is evil in the universe as well. But with this thing being the personification of evil in the universe, and it was about to destroy all life on Earth, I think it has the edge over Judge Holden just because everything was about to die. Every single person, animal, what have you, you know. Holden is worse personally, and that's something to consider, you know. Like Judge Holden, we know a lot more about what he does to people personally, but is he worse than an entity that was going to kill 8-10 billion people, however many people lived on Earth in this future? I don't know. I wouldn't think so. Yeah, no, so that's the thing. Like, Judge Holden is definitely scarier than Mr. Shadow, but I'll say it again. Mr. Shadow was going to destroy all life on Earth, and Judge Holden wasn't quite there yet. So let's do a vote though. Below or above Judge Holden? I don't know if Holden is more successful, considering that, like I said, well, Holden is more successful. That's because he accomplished his goal. But if this thing had accomplished its goal, I mean, that's it. Everything's over. Let me finish typing this real quick. There we go. Oh, Snook, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Holden is pretty evil, but his scale is lower. That's my thinking too. Hold on one second. Let's see here. Is the chat still going? We are voting on whether or not this ball of fire here, which is known as Mr. Shadow, should go above or below Judge Holden. Thank you, Makuba. He is from The Fifth Element, the movie The Fifth Element. That's what it's from. So we got above. Above seems to be the winner so far. Yeah, it looks like the majority is saying above. So we're gonna leave Mr. Shadow there. But next is the governor. Now that's gonna be an interesting one. So, ooh, the governor. I want to put him in S or S plus. Yes, Snook, I should. No promises, though. I kind of didn't with the last one. I think I just let it slide and left the live stream up. But I will try my best to make this one into a real video. Governor is A. Well, yeah, okay. Okay, I forgot about that. I talked about the comics governor, so now we're gonna have to get... We are gonna have to get the governor from the comics, because I talked about them separately in the video, and comics governor is horrible. Just the worst of the worst here. So let's go ahead and go back to normal view, and we'll go like that and like that. And sorry guys, I forgot about comic governor. So, presentation mode. Okay, so comic governor, definitely S tier. I mean, it was really tragic what he went through, but his crimes are pretty hefty. Like, I would even wager like right below Ramsay. What would you guys think about that? Let's do a poll real quick. So I don't think that the comic governor, I don't think he should go in A. That's for sure. S plus or S for the comic governor, in my view. Next to David from The Last of Us. Comic governor, he pretty much did everything that show governor did, except much worse, and there's no real sympathy for his character. I mean, there is in his backstory, but after he becomes the governor, it's just like all downhill. At least with the show governor, there's some hints of a human being there, but he was... I don't think I can say what the worst thing he did is. It's that bad. So, I don't know. I watch the video on the governor maybe, or just look it up if you want a quick, because that's a long video. If you aren't into The Walking Dead and you don't want to watch an hour plus long video, maybe look up what the comic governor did. But yeah. Oh yeah, I'll be saving the VOD. Bam bam. So looks like we got more votes for S. So if we're gonna go with S, David. I did see someone say David, and I kind of like that. So I'm gonna stick him here for now, and then we'll go. Oh, Q&A. That's not what I wanted. I wanted a poll. A poll. Comic governor. Leave him there. Higher. Lower. Yeah, I got him next to David right now, Ian. So let's see what people think about the governor being next to David. Leave him there. Yeah, and the governor's daughter in the book, he does. Yeah, just look it up. It's not fun. Look it up or watch the video. I had to, dance around it as best I could when talking about it. That's okay on my side. Not everyone's gonna know all the characters on this list. That's why you see, we got 300 plus people watching right now, but only 59 have voted because, they probably are the only ones who know about him. Leave him there is what we got as a majority, and I think that's just fine. So, Bribda on Bill Cipher, maybe. I haven't read it though, so I don't know. I would have to do an update video or read the Book of Bill to weigh in on that. And as much as I trust you guys, I'd like my own input. This is my tier list at the end of the day. It's with my tier list with your guys' input. So until I read the Book of Bill, I don't want to move him around. So we'll wait for that. But the TV governor, I did see S, I did see A. This one seems a little more varied. So let's go. I'm gonna give you 4 options on this one because I saw a lot of variation. Trinity is on here. Trinity is right there. We got a majority for A+ right now. I'm gonna give a preliminary placing. I think he would go at the top of A+. Again, you know, this row right here, like, they have, like Thanos, he had at least some justification for what he was doing. It wasn't just random murder. Not quite as bad as Thanos. There's a lot of reasons why these ones are where they're at, and I would wager that the governor is worse than them. But let's see what you guys think. We'll do another one. Leave him there. Down. Best beard on YouTube. Thanks. Thank you. How about above Silco? Maybe. Maybe. Let's see what you guys think. Feels good to have the majority opinion. I feel my ego growing. Nice. Let me make sure I haven't missed anything here. Cool. Well, to give you an idea, Mantoast, I'd have to give you spoilers, but yeah, he does a, I don't know, maybe someone in chat can explain it in a small way, but it's a lot to his character that makes him so bad. We'll leave him there. Okay, so the majority is saying we leave the governor at the top of A+. And I think that seems fitting because we did see some S's and S+'s. And yeah, I think that works. So we'll go on to the next one, and that's Senator Armstrong. So this is another one that's going to be kind of hard to fit. Where A plus S. I have not done Jimmy yet. We haven't gotten to Jimmy yet. You know who I think actually Armstrong might be good next to is like below Count Dooku? What do we think about that? Below Count Dooku, huh? Yes, Marbro, we're ranking these characters by how evil they are. Next to Jigsaw. All right, there's a lot of different opinions on where his placement should be. So, but I think you guys are pretty happy with A+. So let's just talk about the placement. Armstrong. Excuse me. The top of S+ is Morgoth from the Tolkien Legendarium, or if you don't aren't familiar with that, the Lord of the Rings universe. I've seen a lot of above Cocteau's. Where is Cocteau? Oh, right there. Pretty almost even. Leave him there's got the majority. So just because he's not quite I'll do that. Because there was a good vote for down, and I could see, yeah, him being like right there above the League of Shadows, Silco, Dr. Cocteau. That seems fine to me. His plans, I think, would have been, if they had been carried out correctly, would have been pretty similar to the League of Shadows. So that seems fine. Let's see here. Yeah, he does more harm than good than Thanos, but one thing that keeps Thanos up there is like scale. You have to also consider scale when factoring these in. And Armstrong, he was gonna have an impact on the world, definitely. The United States, yes, but Thanos, the whole universe was at his mercy, you know. So that's why Thanos is up there. But now we're on Dio Brando. What do we think about Dio? Dio is an S plus, I would say, or an S at the very least. Yeah. That's where I would put him, I think. So, Mr. Drew, thank you for the super thank. Hello, Vile. Hopefully your Thanksgiving was splendid. It was, thank you. I cooked. It was nice. Your episode on Dio was very special for me. Not only was it on my birthday, happy birthday, late birthday, but also Dio's my favorite anime villain, so thanks for that. You're welcome. No problem. I'm glad I could get you your favorite anime villain on your birthday. That's cool to hear. So I put Dio here. That seems fitting to me. I don't think he's worse than Kefka or some of these other Dark Lords, just because he didn't really accomplish too much. Well, I'm sorry, he accomplished a lot, but he didn't accomplish as much as these two did. So, let's see. We'll go ahead, Dio, and we'll leave him there. Up and down. What do we think about Dio? I didn't factor in Eyes of Heaven, so we're just going with what I covered. I think I'll make a like alternate universe Dio video at some point, and when I do that, we can rank alternate Dio. Thank you for the super thank, Drunken Grandmaster. Love Dio. He's my third favorite vampire. Third favorite. I'd like to hear your the top two. That'd be kind of cool. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's weird because I haven't seen a lot of things that people would expect me to see. But I've never really seen any of the Blade movies. But I hear Deacon Frost is really cool. Let's see. What do we got here? Leave him there. Up. Okay. So we got mostly leave him there with some ups. I'd be fine doing like that. So it's about even. I think he's fine in this general area anyway. Yeah. I think that works. Yeah. Good to me. His head got cut off. Poor Jordan Belfort, the fictional version. The Wolf of Wall Street is next. Jordan Belfort. My initial reaction is to put him next to Gordon Gekko, because I mean they're very similar. I think he's worse than Gordon Gekko, actually. Favorite JoJo meme? Thank you, Mr. Drew, for the super thank. My favorite JoJo meme is probably the cherry, the video of what's his name with the green jacket? I forget his name, and the red hair when he's doing the cherry thing on his tongue. That thing's hilarious. That's a hilarious video. Have I seen Netflixvania? If you're talking about the Netflix version of Castlevania, I sure have, and it was a great show. I've said this before on stream, but one of my favorite tropes is like the stupidly righteous priest or bishop, and in that show when they went to Dracula's wife's house, Lisa, I think her name was, and they were going through all her medicine and stuff, right? She's like, I'm a doctor, I heal people. It's science. And she's like, it's got nothing to do with God. And he just looks at her and he's like, nothing to do with God? Burn the place down! And then they burn her house down because she said it didn't have anything to do with God. Oh, so good. So funny. I love that moment in that show. That was one of my favorites. Anyway, sorry. I love that part of the Castlevania series, so I had to say it. Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. What do we got here? Above Gecko, Belfort hurt people. Yeah, I don't think this is too controversial. Jordan Belfort above Gordon Gecko, they're pretty much the same character, but Jordan's worse. So, there you go. I think that's good. Am I going to do real people eventually? I am. I got a lot going on right now, and compared to a show or a movie, you know, a show is like 6 seasons, maybe a movie series is like 6 movies. But a real person, they might have lived for 80 years, and that's 80 years of information to go through. I mean, most people don't have every single year down in a biography or something, but I like to make sure that I put as much in a video as I can, and real people are going to take me a long time to put together. So that's why I haven't really done them yet. But yeah, I've done some real. Someone just pointed out Jordan Belfort is a real person. I have done some real people that are in movies. So I've done Jordan Belfort. I've done Tommy DeVito, wherever he is, right there. Tommy DeVito from Goodfellas. You know, he was a real person too. There's someone else like Yuri from Lord of War. He's based on Victor Boot. So I've done real people that appear in movies. I just haven't done specifically a video on a real person yet. But yeah, I think that's a fine placement for Jordan Belfort. The one and only Jamal. Salute, bro. Thank you, Vuk. Vuk. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you for the super thing. Let's see. So Jordan Belfort next to Gordon Gecko, that's perfectly fine. Now next is Cersei Lannister. And her family members are up here, the ones I've already covered. I think she should go above her dad, because I think Cersei was worse than Tywin, but she might even deserve to go a few more spots up. So we're gonna poll this one. I'm definitely she should be up there. I hope everyone agrees on that. No one does agree. Not everyone does agree on that. So let's poll the placement real quick. I'm sorry, I assumed that most people would say she's S+, but let's see, S plus S, A plus A. Cersei Lannister. Start poll. And then I can read the super thanks, because we got some more. Thank you, everybody, for that. It's much appreciated. Have you considered making a video on a manga villain if the manga itself hasn't received an anime adaptation? Yes, I have. In fact, if Uzumaki hadn't, the show hadn't come out, I was going to do Uzumaki anyway. And that doesn't really have an adaptation outside of that movie, like the live action one. So yeah, I'm cool with doing manga-only characters. I've done book-only characters like Judge Holden and Morgoth, so it's pretty much the same thing. Ian Young, $20. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for polling Ramsey Vile. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was you, Ian. I'm sorry. Maybe above Jack and Patrick when all the characters are done. Keep doing what you're doing. Your channel is vastly entertaining. Thank you, Ian. But we'll see. We'll do a recap. I always do a recap at the end and see if there's anyone that needs to be moved. And maybe we'll revisit it again. But let's see here. What do we got for Cersei? Okay, S+ or S are the highest votes so far. So, it's both Cerseis. I mean, book Cersei and show Cersei, what they've done aligns pretty well compared to like other characters from the book and the show. So I think it's fine to rank them both together. Consider this both book and regular Cersei. I'm regular Cersei. It's not regular show Cersei. And book Cersei's story isn't over yet, so maybe when it is, we can change if it's ever over, you know, if George ever finishes. So we'll put her in S+. Tywin is right next to her right now, so let's see if she needs to go stay. Oh, Cersei. Stay where she is. Up. Down. Okay, we got another poll. Should Cersei stay right here where she is next to Tywin, or should she go up or down? You let me know. I have not. Kenny, I mentioned it a little earlier. I haven't read the Book of Bill yet, so that's why we're keeping him where he's at. Once I do read it, and I might make an update video. Once I do that, then we'll talk about moving him up or down or wherever he needs to go. She is a little more tragic than Tywin, that's for sure. I was kind of going off the end result here of everything she did. I think when it comes down to it... Oh, I forgot to turn off. Close Discord. 1 second, guys. I don't want you guys to hear little bubbles. Let's see here. In fact... Wait. How do I do that? We'll go Discord. Quit. There we go. So, the first Cersei, we have stay where she is. So we're going to keep her where she's at. She is more tragic than Tywin. I mean, Tywin is the one who made her into who she is, you know. But at the end of the day, I think Cersei caused more harm to Westeros than Tywin did. So, your basis for not placing Grievous above Dooku was because Dooku created the general. Shouldn't Cersei face the same regulations? I mean, that all depends on the character, you know. That I don't think that's a universal criteria you can apply to two characters that are like inspired or related to each other, because Tywin inadvertently made Cersei into what she is. He didn't do it on purpose. And she ended up doing a lot more harm than he did at the end of the day. Whereas Dooku definitely created Grievous on purpose, and he definitely made him into the scapegoat of the Separatist cause so he could pin all the crimes on him, you know? So there's a difference there, I would say. Let's see here. All right. And that's another thing, guys. We're not all going to agree on these placements. It's not going to... There's no way to make this list everyone's perfect list. You know, it's just... It's going to turn out to be what it is. Next is Now, which is a Star Wars villain / creature that seems to just be an interdimensional terror that has landed in the Star Wars universe. And just consume stuff for the fun of it. In fact, I think that was the description in the role-playing guidebook where this thing originated from. I think it originated there. Is that it just kind of likes messing with people. Like, it doesn't really need to eat or anything. It's just kind of this immortal goo-like monster that covers the planet Mugfallow. And it just consumes people and turns them into zombies for fun. So it's not a personification of evil. It's not like the dark side incarnate in Star Wars, compared to, like, you know, Morgoth, Mr. Shadow, Judge Holden, Mr. Wriggles. I would wager Bill Cipher. See, this Now might go above Bill Cipher. Let's pull that. Yeah, and I would say that, there you go. This is the first Star Wars character I've covered that I've found is more evil than Palpatine. Because out of all the Star Wars villains that I've covered so far, up until this guy, Palpatine was the worst by far. And I still think he's the most evil movie villain, but Now's not in a movie. So he's, as of now, it's the most evil thing in the Star Wars universe, I think. Until we get further down in the timeline and see if there's anything else that can top him. But let's pull Now right now, and I know how to spell it, right? It's a weird spelling. Mingal. Stay where he is. Up. Well, yeah, I guess he could go up. Down. There we go. He destroyed a dimension? Yeah, that's true. Bill might deserve to be higher because he destroyed a dimension. So now it is a assumed being from another dimension. And General Shepard asked what he did again, so I'm going to explain. He's an assumed being from another dimension that lives on this planet in the unknown regions in Star Wars, which is like a region of the galaxy where hyperspace travel, it's hard to travel there with hyperspace travel because there's this barrier. And what it does is it's inhabited this whole planet. The whole planet is covered in now. And whenever someone goes to the planet or a piece of now manages to get off the planet, what it does is it turns all sentient beings it comes across into like zombies. It takes over their minds. It's like a parasite, and it starts talking and acting with their bodies. And the only reason that it does it is because it's bored, and it does that for fun. And it's possible that someday the entire galaxy could be consumed by this thing that just wants to play with living beings for its own amusement. So that's why it's up in S+. Stay where he is, up, down. So, kind of close with the stay where he is and the up, down again. I saw someone say, Bill destroyed a whole dimension. So, and again, I haven't read the Book of Bill yet. Bill might be going lower when I get to that and make an update video on him. But yeah, I guess I get that. Bill destroyed a whole dimension. Now has infected a bunch of beings, but it didn't destroy a dimension. At least not yet. It could if it gets widespread. So that's fine. Yeah, below Bill. Now works for me. Next we're on Gollum. Now Gollum is going to be interesting because I have a lot of sympathy for Gollum. I think most people do. I mean, he was corrupted by the ring. He didn't really want to be who he was. He had some twinges, I guess, of being a bad person before the ring. He got the ring. Then he murdered his best friend. I don't know. He's not... C, B, C? Yeah, C, I think. I'm going to drop him right there real quick. Thank you for the super thank. I am not okay with this. Where to start with Star Wars Legends material? Oh, man. That's what a question. So I actually, the way that I got into Star Wars Legends was in high school. I saw Star Wars books in the library, and I was like, oh, what are these, film adaptations? I don't need to read a film adaptation of an adaptation of the book. An adaptation of the film. But then I saw that they were their own contained stories, and I started with Timothy Zahn, the Thrawn trilogy. I forget what the books are called, but the Thrawn trilogy is where I started, and that's a very good starting point, I think. Either that or the Darth Bane series. That is also a good place to start. So either one of those two. The Thrawn trilogy by Timothy Zahn, or the Rule of Two Bane books. Those are good places to start. But anyway, back to Gollum. Let's see. Gollum at the bottom of B. I just stuck him there. Let's see. Maybe put Gollum above Jason? Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Let's do a poll. So I'm pretty sure everyone will be in agreement here that B or C is right for Gollum. So we'll just say B or C. Gollum. Oh yeah, you could also play the Knights of the Old Republic MMO or the standalone games that were on the Xbox. Who mentioned that? I saw someone mention that and I lost you, but thank you for mentioning that. Super Ender Guy. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic, if you don't want to read something, you could start with an MMO, but an MMO is a lot to get into. So the Star Wars hive mind is a top tier, but the Last of Us Plague is at the very bottom? Yes, Mantoast, because the Star Wars hive mind is intelligent. Like, it's malicious and intelligent, whereas the cordyceps is at the very bottom because, yeah, they're infecting people and we think they're evil, but they're not intelligent. They're just mushrooms multiplying according to their biological function. Nothing they do is intentional. So, yes, intentions make or break a villain a lot of the time, and this thing's intentions are way worse than this thing's non-intentions. Its only intention is to stay alive and procreate. So, that would be why. C tier. Okay, we say the majority for Gollum has said C tier. And I saw Elijah say above Jason. But I see some other people saying mid or high. So what are we going to do here? We're going to make another poll. That's what we're going to do. Gollum. High C. Mid C. Low C. What is the best cinema villain in your opinion? That's a hard question to answer because my personal favorite villain of all time is Palpatine, just because I love his personality and just everything about him. I love Palpatine. To say the best cinema villain, like, you gotta factor in so many different things, like, the performance, the character itself, the story, all kinds of things. So the best cinema villain, and then another thing is, like, iconic and best are two different things. Because, like, if someone said Darth Vader is the most iconic cinema villain of all time, I'd be like, yeah, that's a good answer, because he's Darth Vader. Everybody knows who Darth Vader is. He's iconic. But the best, is Darth Vader the best villain? Probably not. There's probably someone who's got a way better story, more intricate story, acted much better, all that kind of stuff. So to answer that question, I think that's almost nearly impossible to say who the best cinema villain is. But my favorite is Palpatine, so if you want to go by that being the best, then there you go. What do we got here? Low C, mid C, high C, Gollum. Low C and high C. It's funny. So there's most votes for low C and high C, with mid C having 26%. So that makes me think it should go somewhere in the middle, even though people didn't vote for the middle. Below C's got more. So okay, we're gonna say low C then, kinda. So let's do another poll. And Gollum. Leave him where he is. Up a couple spots. Or down a couple spots. How do you put Leatherface in D? He is iconic. He is iconic, but this is not a list of iconic, like who's the most iconic villains, Mr. Empyrean. This is a list of from most evil to least evil, from top to bottom. And I've said it a few times in past streams, but Leatherface doesn't really have a choice in being who he is. He's clearly mentally disabled, and he was raised to be what he is by his family. So because he never had a choice in becoming Leatherface, that's why he's one of the least evil horror villains or movie villains in general, in my opinion. Okay, Gollum, leave him where he is at 58%. We're moving on. That looks good. The best villain is my stepdad. It might be. Micah Bell is next. All right, Red Dead Redemption. Everybody loves Red Dead Redemption. What are we going to do with Micah? So if we got Dutch... Dutch is in here somewhere. I know he is. I can smell him. I mean, he's an unwashed outlaw. It's pretty easy. Where are you, Dutch? There you are. Okay, so if Dutch is right there, I think Micah's worse than Dutch. So, ooh, right next to El Indio. I don't know how many people have seen For a Few Dollars More, but they're kind of similar, actually. Let's do a poll for the placements, though. We'll do S plus, S, and A plus, because I don't think he should go any lower than A plus, that's for sure. We got another super thank too, so let me go ahead and check that out. To the 420th? I can't really say 42069, can I? 42069th episode? But yes, Cinematic Sterling has made a super thank and has asked me if I could say something to you all, so I'll go ahead and say it. Drink some water. Hello everyone, and welcome to the 420th episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring my stepdad, Ron. Sorry, that was a little gravelly, but there you go. Cinema Sterling, hope you like that, and the rest of you. Let's see here. S. Okay, so S for Micah Bell. Let's see. We're gonna keep Micah Bell and S. That was definitely the majority. We'll do another poll. I'm glad you guys like that. Stay where he is. Up. Down. Why are stepdads always Ron, Rod, or Steve? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. The only game villain is Jimmy. In the last 6 months... Nope, we got James Sunderland and Eddie Dombrowski down here. Yeah, those are the only two... I guess those are the only 2 games that I've covered in the last 6 months. Huh. Need to do more games. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad you like the music. Stay where he is, up. So, majority stay where he is with some up, and I saw Lil Zay. I don't know if he's worse than Lil Zay. Worse than all the Scream guys? Yes. Worse than Bill? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I'd put him... I could see him being below Lil Zay. Not above him. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that's fine, guys. Micah killed half of a town. Yeah, but I don't know. Zay seems worse to me. Yeah, I think that's fine, guys. I think Mike is fine where he is. But what about Ralph Cifaretto? So, second Sopranos villain I've covered. And if Tony's right there, I mean, I'm just gonna stick Ralph above Tony for now, and we're gonna talk about it, okay? I mean, Ralph above Tony. What did I say? I don't know. You know, I'm losing my eye. Ralph A+. Yes, Zay was a real person, and Zay is from City of God. That's what Lil Zay is from. Thank you, P-Clove. I'm glad you're liking it. Yeah, he's bad, but only slightly worse than your average career criminal, right? Oh, next to Tommy DeVito. That's a good suggestion right there. I think Tommy DeVito's worse. But that sounds about right. It is a massive freaking list. I have I've done a 207 of these episodes now with multiple characters from them. Some of them, sorry guys. I'm burping a lot for some reason. What am I doing? Oh, Ralph Cifaretto. Ralph Cifaretto. that. Alright, we got a poll for Ralph. He's right here right now, right below Tommy DeVito. I'm gonna keep my mouse there for you guys. Oh, here, I can give you guys a link if you want. Yeah. I'll put it in the description. But if you guys want to do that on your own, save that for later. There you go. Say Tony is worse than... Yeah, I mean, Tony... I would kind of say Tony's worse than him too. But, you know, we got 75% for stay where he's at, so that's enough. That's more than confirmation in my mind that he needs to stay where he is. And I think that's fine for Ralph. Ralph is in a pretty good spot, especially he's very similar to Tommy DeVito in the way that he's obnoxious and just kind of cruel and heartless. So, yeah, I can see Tony being worse, but I don't know. There's a lot of things to consider about Tony's character that don't make him worse. Tony's definitely more empathetic than Ralph is, but not by much, but enough to matter. Now, what about Pearl? Pearl from X and Pearl. Now, so I would feel inclined to put her in, like, B. Because she's had to go through a lot, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe B. Let's do 4 real quick, just because I saw some S's. Let's do 4. Because compared to some other killers, her backstory isn't as tragic. Like, there was a lot that went on with, like, say, Norman Bates or Margaret White, right? But Pearl, she was kind of just a lonely girl on a farm who got lonelier and wanted to be a star. Like, she lived actually a pretty good life on her farm outside from the loneliness. So I don't know. We'll see what you guys say. Obviously, she's still a bad character, especially later in life. I mean, if you factor in later in life too, like, I would bump her up higher in B. Maybe above. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. Rumi Hidaka from Perfect Blue. Not as calculated as Asami. True, actually true. I don't know. I'm gonna stick her right below Asami right now. Most people agree that she should be in B tier, so we're gonna keep her in B. But let's do another poll. Pearl. S. Oh no. What am I doing? Stay where she is. Up. Down. Oh yeah, she certainly has some internal mental issues. That's for sure. It's just the way that she developed her issues. It wasn't so much a result of, like, targeted abuse that some of the other characters over here went through. It was more so just out of, like, extreme loneliness and a desire to escape what she's in that made her who she is. 65% for stay where she is. Okay. Looks good to me. Yeah, I think she's fine where she is. This seems like a good spot for her. Cool. So now we got Longlegs, which... So, in the video, I came to the conclusion that his ultimate goal was to help Satan create the Antichrist. And it's possible that Lee, or I think her name is Ruth, the little girl, was going to become his Antichrist in the future. So I could have put Satan on the list too, because Satan plays a big part in what he does. But ranking Satan, I mean, I could rank Satan as he is in Longlegs, but Satan's in a lot more stuff, you know. So maybe we just consider Longlegs as Longlegs and Satan in the Longlegs movie. S tier, I would agree, because, you know, he's doing a lot of horrible things. And in a way, he's kind of a cult leader. Makes sense. S with Roman. Yeah, cast of it. Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, I would say... Maybe he's worse than Roman, maybe not. Let's do a poll. Satan for the 1 million subscriber special? Maybe. That's going to be like a 5-hour video, though. That would be good, though. I mean, what would be a better than, you know, one of the mythological personifications of evil? Let's see here. Up for a 1 millionth subscriber special. That would be pretty cool. Okay. We got a poll for Longlegs. So got more ups. So let me clarify whether you guys think S plus or S. Because I saw, you know, people said up. But how far up do you want Longlegs to go, is the question. Jinx would be fun. The guy from the Fifth Element is on here. He is, where did we put him? Right next to the Baron. And there's Mr. Shadow. Okay. 50-50 on S and S+, so this is going to be a hard one. Low S+ tier. Let's see. Huh. You know... All right, what do we think about that? Let's try that. Euron is right there. We talking about Longlegs? Don't think he succeeded in the end? I think he did, is what I came to the conclusion, that Longlegs did succeed in the end. Ruth's mom? I don't think so. Oh, Lee's mom. Probably is what you were saying. That's probably you retracted that message. Evil? No, I think she got roped. Well, I don't think she was an evil person. She just kind of got roped in. Yeah, I think she's more of a victim. Cinematic. That's what I would say. Okay, got a majority for stay where he is right now, so we're going to keep Longlegs right there. And then we're going to move on to the Trinity Killer. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. Definitely not going to be with his fellow show compatriot down in B tier. However, he does have a lot of sympathy in his character, so this is one that maybe would go somewhere like with Annie Wilkes, maybe above Annie Wilkes, because he was responsible for his sister's death in an accidental way. Had to watch that happen. His mom became despondent, couldn't handle it after she went, so she ended up ending her own life too. And then his dad became an alcoholic and beat the ever-living hell out of him, And he'd had no help coming to terms with what happened to his sister or his mom. And he just went through a lot. So Trinity, he's horrible. Everything he does is pretty horrific. In fact, if I remember correctly, the amount of people he killed, it's either him or Dexter, where I said the amount of people he killed would have made him the most prolific serial killer in all of history if he was real. So he definitely can't go like in B. But you definitely have to consider that he had a lot of tragedy in his backstory. So let's just go like this, because I think A plus is good. Stay where he's at. Up. Down. Got another poll. It's poll time. This should be the poll live stream. That's what we're doing here. And this is for the Trinity killer. Did I put that at the top? I did not. Anyway, the poll is for the Trinity killer. Even though there's no name on the poll. Trinity killer, stay where he's at, right here. Move him up or move him down. Ian, another $10. Thank you. But I'd say Trinity is above John Crane. One last question. Have you watched Arcane Season 2 yet? I have not. I've watched the first episode. I do plan on watching it soon, though. I've heard it's pretty good. I'm excited to see the Black Rose. Oh, sorry. I don't want to spoil nothing for nobody. But there is a certain organization from League of Legends lore that is in Arcane that I'm excited to see in action. And a certain bird themed champions lore might have been appearance might have been foreshadowed to appear in the next season at the end of Arcane. So I'm excited to see that for sure. Stay where he's at for Trinity Killer, and a little bit more for the up. So pretty close there. I'm gonna go ahead and put him above Buffalo Bill. I think that's fair. Yes, this is based on how evil they are. Correct. Who's my favorite realistic villain? That's a good question. Who is my favorite realistic villain? I really like Lord Summerhall, actually, from The Wicker Man. I love Christopher Lee, so that's probably some bias there. But yeah. Let's see here. So now we've got the Trinity Killer. We've placed him. Next up is Two-Face from the Batman animated universe. Another tragic character. In the Batman animated universe, I mean, there's probably worse versions of Two-Face to where he does a lot more, commits a lot more crimes. My favorite Disney villain is Frollo. But I don't know, he's a gangster. Tragic gangster. Hello A or high B. Alright, I think we got A and B solidified here, so Two-Face. A. B. Where should Two-Face go? A or B? He does not do a lot of mass murder, Caleb. In fact, if I remember correctly, like, he maybe manages to kill a few people, but he usually gets stopped by Batman before he can really do anything. So no, animated Two-Face doesn't really do too much. Ryan Hanks, when does a character become completely irredeemable? It depends. It depends on the character. Like, for example, if we were going to go with Proximus Caesar, he's irredeemable because he's doing everything that he does for himself. There is nothing that he does that is meant to benefit others, and if it does benefit others, it's by accident. So it's pretty much when irredeemable is when you can't find any redeeming qualities about their character, and their motivations and their crimes are just totally beyond the normal scope. There's no normal evil, but they're pure evil. They're getting close to pure evil, or they are pure evil. That's when they become irredeemable. But we got B for Two-Face. So now we need to see mid B, high B, or Two-Face. No, not Q&A. Let's see. Ask a question. Two-Face. Low B. Whoa. Mid B. High B. What would happen if Anton Chigurh and Two-Face met? I think... I don't know. That'd be quite the battle, though. I don't know who would win that. I mean, they wouldn't get along, that's for sure. But they'd probably end up fighting, is what I'm assuming. So... Mid B. Mid B, where do I put him? Uh-oh. He can't be that hard to find. He's black and white. Oh, I put him down here. Okay. Mid B, 62%. I did see something about Arthur Fleck. How's that look? Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Tofu. Pol Pot's an interesting historical figure to study, that's for sure. I always thought his name, too, Pol Pot's, because Pol Pot is a pseudonym, kind of like, you know, Stalin. And Pol Pot's real name is Saloth Sar. And to a Cambodian speaker, someone who speaks Cambodian or Khmer, whichever you prefer, I'm sure it's not anything more than a name. But I don't know, I've always thought, as an English speaker, the name Saloth Sar just sounds like a villain's name already. Like I said, probably not the case for someone who speaks Cambodian, but as someone who speaks only English and has a hair on their sweater, Saloth Sar sounds like it would be a villain's name. And mid B. Okay, so what do we think? Let's see. Looks good. Where am I placing myself on the list? I'm not on the list. I'm an angel. Okay. Well, yes, I'm an American, but my dad's from Syria, so I have that, you know, nice Arabian facial hair. It's nice to have. But the lack of hair too, that also comes with the territory. All right, so mid B for Two-Face and putting him where he is, I think that's fine. Next up is the Rachata, who are going straight into S tier. And here's another one that might even be S+ tier, sorry, who might be more evil than Palpatine. In fact, I would say so, because there's a few different individuals that I talked about in the Rachata video. Excuse me. But since their stories aren't so hugely fleshed out, it's more appropriate to rank them as a species. And the Rachata as a species are incredibly violent. Just the worst. Like, their evil empire in Star Wars was probably the evilest empire out of all the evil empires that have ever been in that universe. So, for the Rachata cheese, thank you, Jam John, for the super thank. Rachata cheese. Stay where they're at. Up. Down. Alright. What do we think about the Rachata cheese? Actually, Elijah, that's not true. The Rachata's empire lasted for 10,000 years. Palpatine's empire lasted for approximately 23 when he was alive, and then if you consider when he came back in Dark Empire in Legends, that was another year. And then in the sequel trilogy, he was only alive for... Well, he was kind of working behind the scenes the whole time, so I guess that was like another what, 40 years or something? So in total, at the max, Palpatine's empire lasted for like 63 years. Yeah, the Rachata had their hold over their empire for 10,000 years. So that's quite a lot of suffering to unleash. Were there any good Rachata? There were some good Rachata in the Knights of the Old Republic games. They were called the Elders, and they tried to move past their barbaric past, and they were trying to keep the technology they had before the Starforge away from their other more barbaric brethren. So yeah, there were some good ones eventually, and I'm sure there were some good ones during the time of the Empire's reign, but we never hear about the good ones, we only hear about the bad ones. So, okay, we'll keep the Rachata where they're at. That sounds good. No, let's see. Okay, so next up is Chucky. And Chucky also goes in S+, I think. Like somewhere there is what I would say. Chucky is... What can you say about Chucky? He was a serial killer in real life. He died. And what does he want to do after he died? He wants to continue being a serial killer and find out a way to come back to life so he can keep being a serial killer. There's nothing really good to say about Chucky. Let's see here. I got Chucky right here below Michael Myers right now. Let's see what you guys think. Stay where he is at. Up. Down. Chucky. He just loves killing. That's what Chucky does. Just loves killing. Oh, cool. Would I say Brian Moser is more evil than Trinity? Nah, probably not. I don't think so. I think Trinity's worse. Let's see. Okay, we got a 54 stay where he's at, and a 39 for up. Move him up. 36 now. You know, you could probably like just a courtesy bump for the people that we got 35% going up. I think moving him up above Jack sounds pretty right. So there we go. Who's the kid next to the Exorcist demon? That's Damien Thorne from the Omen series. But now we are on some video game villains, and so I talked about Angela Orozco in the Silent Hill 2 video, but I didn't put her on this list because I explained it in the video, but she's not evil. She was forced into a situation where she had to defend herself in a horrific way, but I don't think Angela deserves to be on this list. So we got James and Eddie though. Where I'm interested, I don't even want to place James. I'm gonna put all the tiers, and I want to see what you guys think. Where James deserves to be placed, because depending on what you think about his character and what he deserved to get in the end. Oh, I can only do 4 options? Well, that's lame. I don't think James is going in S tier. And I'll be damned if he's gonna be in D tier. So we'll put him in C. A plus A, B, or C. We'll pull those. James Sunderland, Silent Hill 2. What do you guys think? What tier do you think? C tier, huh? Yeah, James is definitely not as bad as some of the other people on this list. And what he does to his wife is understandable, even if it's not excusable, and I couldn't imagine doing that to someone. So that's personally what he did to his wife. I mean, I know she was gonna die anyway, but he had no right to decide when she died. So C is fine. We got 48% for C. Just because we have a 24 with B, I'm gonna see what you guys think between C and D. Or C and B. James Sunderland. I know there's two consonants in there. B. Okay. So James Sunderland, BC. Most people said C last poll, but there was a good amount of people who said B. So I want to make sure here. I should add Maria and Pyramid Head. I mean, I didn't really talk about them in the video because those are manifestations of James' consciousness. So I don't know. They're not really evil characters, I would say. Okay, so still C. Is he worse than a thief and some gangsters and these guys? I say that's a good spot for him if we're going to put him in C. So, stay where he is. Oh, whoops. James Sunderland. Stay where he is. Up. Down. Start poll. Alright. So James is right there. That's where he is. What do you guys think? Should he stay where he's at? Go up a bit? Move down a bit? I think that's a good spot for him considering, you know, rampaging octopus doctor, guy who cleans up bodies, the concept of the horrible things in the West, concept of the horrible things that happen in impoverished neighborhoods, a former neo-Nazi, criminal, or gangster, thief, horrible, scummy businessman, so are they, and then Nurse Ratched is terrible too. I would say James is pretty fitting right there, but... So 57% will say he stays where he is, so I think that's good. That's good. We'll keep James where he's at. I understand why. I personally do not like James. I think the in-water ending was the appropriate ending for him, but I understand. You know, that's why there's multiple endings for the game. You know, you judge James based on what you think is right, and this is fine, I think. Eddie is interesting because who does he remind me of on this list? We just talked about. I would wager that Eddie's similar to like Norman Bates in a way, but worse. Eddie's only confirmed kill as a dog. That's true. Well, he did, and he shot that guy in the knee, right? But yeah, he doesn't have an. Okay, I'm gonna do another poll on this one. I'm pretty sure Eddie doesn't deserve to go any higher than A, so I didn't put the name again, sorry, but this is for Eddie Dombrowski from Silent Hill 2. I have him right here next to Norman Bates right now, but let's see where you guys think he should go. Eddie Dombrowski from Silent Hill 2. Yeah, I forgot that he doesn't actually kill anyone. The people he does kill are like illusions in Silent Hill. So, yeah, Eddie's only confirmed kills are a dog, and he wounded the dog's owner. So, and he tried to kill James, yeah. He did try to kill James. So it's pretty even between B and C right now. Yeah, Eddie did show signs of malice at the end there. That's a good point, Brundlefly. Eddie was definitely... James was on the path to, you know, redemption at the very least, but Eddie was about to become, I don't know, a spree killer, serial killer, one of the two. Yeah, sure, Eddie would have gone on a murder spree if he got out of Silent Hill. So I've actually only played Silent Hill 2. Someone just asked me if I prefer Silent Hill or Resident Evil, but based off of Silent Hill 2, I'd say Silent Hill. So we got B and pretty even between B and C, which is maybe what do we think about that? I just put Eddie above Derek Vineyard. Because you gotta, another thing, Derek, you gotta remember, again, redemption, like James. Derek was on the path to redemption. Oh, I bet I would, P-Clove. And I've seen the Silent Hill movie, and, you know, people don't like that movie a lot, but I watched it back in the day, and I thought it was pretty cool. And one of the most brutal scenes ever is in that movie. I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on stream before. I feel like I'm having deja vu here. But there's a scene in the Silent Hill movie where Pyramid Head, coming down the church steps, he picks up this girl and he like twists her chest, rips off her clothes and twists her chest, and then just with like one fluid motion, he rips all of her skin off, which is impossible, but it was pretty gory and an interesting way to present a kill in a horror movie. So, and I thought it was pretty good. I liked the Silent Hill movie. I thought it was alright. Been a serial killer twice. Yeah. Okay, I think... Yeah, they missed the point of Pyramid Head, but I still think it's a fun movie regardless. But anyway, Eddie, I think Eddie's fine where he's at. You know, I saw some people say above the thieves, you know, and that's pretty much where he's at. I think this works. So we can move on to the Spiral from Uzumaki, which this is going to be a hard one because at the end of the video, I explained how I didn't really know. None of us really know what the Spiral actually is, right? Is it a malevolent entity that's living beneath Kurozo Cho? Is it a parasite-like being that's only consuming stuff because that's what its biological function is? Is it some kind of forgotten god that's trying to order the world in the proper way, which is spiralized? I don't know. Let's get some actual, like, not just a poll, but I want to hear you guys, your opinions on what the Spiral is and where you think it should go. Feel like it's pure chaos, ancient god or entity like Cthulhu. Yeah, that's another thing I discussed. I compared it to Cthulhu in the video. And Junji Ito had a lot of inspiration from Lovecraft when he made Uzumaki. So probably below Pennywise for the Spiral. An integral part of humanity that was resentful for... That's a interesting take, Elijah. Interesting. Okay. Doesn't even know humanity exists. Maybe. Kind of like a plague. Yeah, see, so this is... villainous version of the golden ratio, yeah. It is based on evil ranking, Harmonia. I haven't read or seen All Tomorrows. I've heard of it. Whatever, I don't remember if it's a book, but that's the other two, yeah. That seems pretty accurate. Three most evil in fiction. Yeah, right. Super Ender guy, it's hard to rank something you don't know much about. So there's so many interpretations for this thing, and I've seen some of you guys say it should go in D, and I've seen some of you say it should go in S+. So I think I think it's going to be too hard to do a poll because, again, not everyone has an agreement that this thing is even evil, you know? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3.5 would be in the middle. 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 3. A. So this is just a whatever placement because, again, depending on your interpretation, it could be up here, it could be down here, and I honestly have no idea. Like, I err towards that it's a eldritch god, but whether or not it's doing what it's doing because it's evil or just because it is and it's moral, it doesn't care about our moral structure. It is a being entirely beyond our comprehension that operates according to its own rules. So, I don't know. It's hard. Again, so many different opinions on what the spiral is and whether or not it's evil. I think we're just going to throw it in the middle and just say that's a amalgamation of everyone's different views on it. Yeah. Because I would place it where I think it is, Elijah, and I don't even know where I think it is. You know, I kind of want to put it here, but I kind of want to put it here, or I kind of want to put it here. I don't know. So I think just in the middle is great. What's my favorite Lovecraft story? That's a good question, and thank you for the super thank, Mr. Drew. I do like The Color Out of Space. The Color Out of Space is probably my favorite. That's a good story. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. Anyway, next villain, we're on Art the Clown. All right, everybody loves some Art the Clown. It could work as a movie cinematic, Sterling, if only if I directed it. You know, because I'm the best. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm the best director who ever lived, and I can make any story happen. No, I can't. But yeah, it could probably be a good movie. I have no mouth and I must scream it. I think it would need to be approached in a much different way. Definitely not traditional, but yeah. On to Art. S+ for sure. There's no doubt about it. We'll stick him next to his clown friend here real quick, but I think he's even worse than Pennywise. So, and I would even wager he's worse than Freddy. I'm going to put him next to Freddy. And we'll see if you guys want him moved up or down. Keep him where he is. But yeah, if you guys have seen the Terrifier movies, I did say that earlier that the American Psycho book is the goriest thing that I've ever seen, read, played, whatever. But if we're talking goriest thing I've ever seen, Terrifier 3 was definitely the goriest thing I've ever seen. They went insane with the gore in that movie. Yeah, they're similar. They're similar. It's just there's so much not that we don't know about the spiral that it's just so hard for me to place them. But thank you again, Mr. Drew, for the super thank. I appreciate it. Simperer, thank you for the super thank as well. When you released the clown video, I was really happy, so for that, thank you so much and take much care. You're welcome. It was my pleasure. I'm glad I could deliver on a character you were looking for. Is Art a demon? He is now, is what I'm assuming. Like, he was a human and he is now. After he died in the first movie, spoiler alert, but yeah. Up. We want Art moved up. Okay, 61% for up. So, Darth Apidos, we just talked about the spiral and how there's so many different opinions on what the spiral is that I don't even know concretely where it should go. So I threw it in the middle just as an amalgamation of everyone's opinion, because some people were saying it should go down with the cordyceps and some people were saying it should go in S+. But anyway, Art the Clown. So we want Art the Clown moved up, is what I'm seeing. But does Art the Clown deserve to go above, like, some of these Dark Lord type figures? I mean, he's brutal, but I don't know. Let's see. What would be 3? What would be 3? Art the Clown. I'm gonna give you guys 3 different options here. Next, above the Joker. Arkham. Arkham Joker. Above. Above. Ammon. Above. Zuzu. So, I think those would be fair spots to put him. But I gave you guys 3 options. What do we think? Above the Joker. Above the Joker is the majority so far, which is fine with me. He is a demon, but he's more similar to Freddy as a demon. Like, Freddy's also a demonic entity now after he died and got brought back. Whereas, and so is Art, and the thing that brought him back is probably Satan, is what I said in the video, the little girl. So if I make a video on the little girl, she's gonna get ranked high, because she is the evil incarnate that brought him back as a demon. So, I don't know. It's interesting, you know. Well, he's going to get moved when Terrifier 4 comes out, that's for sure, I'm sure. But we got above the Joker for 60%. We're keeping Art right there above the Joker next to Kefka. He can pal around with another clown. Let's see here. Adas. The first Sith King, well, first and really only High King of the Sith. I don't think he's nearly as evil as some of these other Star Wars characters, especially since we don't know too much about him. I mean, he conquered all the separate Sith nations and united them, which ended up being a good thing because it helped them drive back the Rachata. And he's kind of like every Dark Lord who's come after him has followed in his footsteps. Yeah, Below Maul sounds pretty cool to me. I have not watched the Joker Folie à Deux yet, and I don't really want to compared to based on what people have said, but I'm sure I'll end up watching it someday. Adas, let's do a poll. Stay where he's at. Up, down. What do we think about King Adas from Star Wars? He did die protecting his people. So he's a lot better than most Dark Lords, but something to consider is that they all of them did follow in his footsteps in a few different ways, so okay. Yeah, that's fine. If you don't know enough to comment, that's okay. Most people aren't as into, you know, intricate Star Wars lore as others, so 52% for staying where he's at seems fine to me. I mean, right below Maul seems fair. But Other Mother, what do you guys think about Other Mother? Other Mother. Other Mother. I saw S, and I would agree. From what I learned about her, it seems like she is some banished forest fairy type entity. And she doesn't really got any redeeming qualities about her, does she? She's just eating children because that's what she does. I don't know. This is Coraline, yes. Below Pennywise, who also eats his, you know, puts fear in his victims and eats them. Yeah, she started out not... Yeah, she's like Baba Yaga. She started out not being evil, but even then her function was to, like, protect the forest, so she would kill people. I don't know. That's... Let's see. Alright, what do we think about Other Mother? Right here below Pennywise right now. Stay where she's at, or move her down, move her up. What do we got? No votes at all for up, which I figured. But the majority are saying stay where she's at. So if you think otherwise, I'll close the poll in about another 10 seconds. But this looks like 76% are saying that she should stay where she's at. So Other Mother, right there, looks like she's going to be staying. Yep. All right. Other Mother right below Pennywise. It makes sense, you know, she eats children in the kind of the same way that Pennywise does. So I get it. It seems like a good placement to me. Dagon Locke is another Star Wars character that I don't expect most of you to know too much about. I considered him in the video the first Dark Jedi. And I think I might just place this one on my own. Just like, again, I said, I knew these Star Wars videos, you know, I want to show you guys some characters you might not be familiar with. But I know that most people aren't going to be familiar with this one. Locke is B. Yeah, whoever knows anything about Locke, let me know. But he went too far. Yeah, he did go too far. Yeah, I think B's fine for him somewhere here. I'll put him at the bottom of A, actually. I think that sounds fine. I mean, he did... It's pretty much implied that his actions led to the destruction of the Jedi, which is the precursor to the Jedi Order. So either, like, low A or high B makes sense to me. Yeah, all of them are facing the Rachata. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. But thank you for the super thing again, Mr. Drew. Thank you. When I reach 1 million subs, what special thing will you do to celebrate? I like to keep special things a surprise. So I have an idea. See if I can make it work. But yes, it should be pretty cool if and when I get there. Okay, we'll keep Dagon where he is. Now, Jimmy, the most sympathetic character of the year, we'll just put him at the bottom of a D and move on. All right, what do you guys think? Next. Okay, I'm kidding, I promise. I know Jimmy's bad. Jimmy's really bad. Oh, it's kind of similar to El Indio. Yeah, actually. So for context, I'm not going to use the R word because YouTube doesn't like it. But both Zed right here and El Indio right here are assaulters. In their stories, they assault women or men in an inappropriate manner. And that's part of the evil of their characters. So to stick Jimmy here, in fact, maybe above El Indio, either above or below him seems right to me. He's not S+. Yeah, I agree with that, because how are you going to compare a guy who ended up assaulting someone and causing the deaths of 5 people to, like, someone who's killed millions? Or, like, an evil entity. That doesn't make sense. But, let's see. Let's do a poll. Jimmy. Mouthwashing. Jimmy Mouthwashing, that's his official name. Sorry you guys have to do a poll on Jimmy, by the way. Stay where he's at. Up. Down. Alright, we got a poll. Technically 4. You're right, he saved Curly. Saved Curly. Yeah. Oh, looks like it's time to rewind the music. We got most people saying stay where he's at for Jimmy. Oh, Mouthwashing is wild. It was a great game. Great little game. 62% are stay where he's at. So that sounds fine to me. Yeah, this seems like a pretty good position for Jimmy, honestly. All right. Yeah, 63% stay. We're keeping Jimmy where he is. Sorry again. You know, every time something with Jimmy happens, you got to say sorry. But then we got the Pony Express company from the Mouthwashing game. That is a horrible, like, dystopian company that pretty much facilitates everything Jimmy did with their stupid, backwards, unethical business practices. I want to say backwards, just unethical. So we got another evil corporation, but Wayland is, like, seems way worse than Pony Express. Yeah, I think Pony Express should be an S tier above Jimmy for sure, because like I said, Pony Express was responsible for creating the situation. I don't know though. Let me just drop him next to Jimmy, or them next to Jimmy real quick, and see where in S tier you guys think they should go. Pony Express. Pony Express. We'll just throw S plus just for be sure, but then we'll do low S. Still above Jimmy. Put that there in parentheses. Mid S and high S. All right. So Pony Express, the Pony Express Space Freighter Company. And we're voting on that. Oh yeah, I agree, Tofu. They're very evil. So that's interesting, because we have a majority are voting the low S still above Jimmy, but then we got pretty close with S plus. So no, the gap's getting bigger now. We got a low S above Jimmy at 46. Anya didn't say she was scared, Caleb, but one of the Pony Express's policies is that employees will be punished collectively. So she might have been worried that they were going to punish everyone. And if you don't see how Pony Express is evil, Caleb, that's fine. But if you go back and watch my mouthwashing video, the first 15 or 20 minutes is me talking about why they're an evil company. So it would take a while to tell you why they're evil. So I suggest that you go and check that out after this if you'd like. Pony Express is from Mouthwashing. So I would just put Pony Express above El Indio then. Pony Express did not tell Jimmy to do what he did, but Pony Express enabled the situation that Jimmy was in, that every one of them was in. If they had operated better as a business and not cut so many corners and just been a generally greedy company, nothing that happened on the toolbar would have happened. So Jimmy is responsible for his own choices. But Pony Express, and again, there's a lot that goes into why Pony Express is evil, and it has to do with their policies and a lot of other things about them. And it would take a while for me to tell you guys that here, but I did talk about it in the video if you want to know more about why Pony Express is a pretty bad company. So yeah, we'll keep Pony Express there. that sounds good. Zesh is another one that I don't expect most of you to be aware of. I'm sure some of you watched the video, though. I know some of you did. So Zesh is another one that I'm going to kind of rank myself with. I'll see your guys' input. We won't do a poll, though. I'm going to put Zesh in B again. You guys think B? Yeah, I would put him in low B. Like Dagon up in high and Zesh up at the bottom seems right to me, because Zesh started out evil, but he was forced to be evil by the Rachata, and then he redeemed himself. Whereas Dagon kind of went the opposite route. So dual placements like this, top and bottom, seems pretty good to me. Pony Express is right up here. That's where they are, Matthias. Yeah, I agree, Panda. So that's why I think bottom of B sounds good for him. But with that, now we're on to today's episode. If you guys haven't seen it yet, I just released it this morning. The Penguin from the new Penguin series. Where are we gonna put the Penguin, guys? Now here's a question. Do we think he's worse than Carmine? Penguin next to Tony Soprano? Okay, we're gonna have to do a poll. I don't think I can just place him somewhere. So let's go. Don't think he should be an S plus. That's for sure. But we can do S, A plus, and A. All right. What do you guys think? The Penguin, S, A plus, A. Oh, it's worth it, Dipod. I thought it was great. I thought the Penguin was fantastic. Gray guy besides Sidious. That's the Rachata, a species from Star Wars. Reminded you of Tony? Yeah, he's pretty similar to Tony now that you mention it. What did Falcone do in the Penguin? I don't want to say because the show is so new. I don't want to spoil it for people. So yeah. Looks like A plus but S is pretty close behind. So all right, that's so close. A plus and S. What am I gonna do with this guy? What am I gonna do with this guy? Did I shop on Black Friday? No. I do not like going out for that. Penguin has redeemed tweets. Yeah. Let's see. I think he's worse than Tony. So we got 42% for S and 45% for A plus. How do you guys feel? We're gonna do another poll because I feel like putting him below the governor might be appropriate. Keep him where he's at. Up, down. The Penguin. Okay, we got a poll for the Penguin because you guys were pretty much 50-50 on A plus and S. So I figure putting him at the top of A plus, but below the governor, because I think the governor's worse than the Penguin, works. Down. Okay. Just you two, P-Clove. Yeah, this is just the Penguin in the series. Wow. We got a three-way tie for keep him where he's at, move him up, or move him down. Okay, more leaning towards keep him where he's at. What's redeemable about the penguin? I mean, he was doing what he did for his mom. So he says. I like this placement because he's near, especially at the end of the show, he gets towards that near irredeemable point. I don't know. This is a tough one, guys. Keep him where he's at. It's at 46 now. It was like a three-way tie for a second there. I think I'm going to make an executive decision. And plus, you know, it's the winner anyway. I think I'm going to keep him where he's at. That sounds fine to me. Especially since you guys were so split between A+ and S. That looks good to me. That looks good. So now we've placed them all. We've placed all the ones that needed to be placed. All the latest and greatest. And I would like to run back and we can discuss some of the placements, but I don't want to have to do another 30 polls. You know, we already did polls. Okay, how about this? In the chat, if you guys have one in particular that you, and I'm talking one in particular that you think needs to be moved up like 20 spaces or moved down 20 spaces, not one that can go 3 over or 2 down, one that you think that we just did, not out of the characters that are already on the list that were placed last time, ones we've placed today. If there's any characters that you think that we placed today need to go up like 20 spots or down 20 spots, say it in the chat. But other than that, I think we're going to leave it where it is. So go ahead. If you think anyone needs to go that high. It's Chris. We did not do Amy Dunn today. We're not doing any past placements. Only ones that we did today. I respect your opinion, Caleb, but I disagree with that. And I think most people did as well. Spiral S+. So that's actually the one. That's the one that you guys cannot tell me to move. I'm going to say it one more time. The spiral is where it's at because there are so many different interpretations of what it could be and whether or not it's evil that I decided to just throw it in the middle. Because I don't know where it should go exactly. And if we're going to take everyone's opinions into account, it's going to be impossible to place it where that's going to satisfy everyone. So I'm keeping it just straight in the middle. That's where the spiral's going. Art. Someone said, Skellybean, you said art. You think art should be moved up or down 20 spaces? Let me know, Skellybean. Again, if you guys want something to be moved, it's got to be a significant move. Inconclusive tier for the spiral? I could do that actually. That's not a bad idea. Add row below. Too ambiguous to rank. Wait, what? What did, oh. Oops. D. And then I have to go like that. And we'll make it that purple color. And we'll go like that. That's a good, thank you for that suggestion. Whoever suggested that, I forgot already. All right. So I got one, the comic governor should be put up to S+ or S. There is a Mrs. Firelion waiting. Switchblade. We have not gotten married yet, but we will soon. So art next to Pazuzu. I've seen a lot of people say that, but... Alright. Alright. Well, we'll just put him there. That's fine. Okay, we could make a lot of different tiers here, guys, but this is the only tier I'm adding, is this too ambiguous to rank. Light Yagami, we're not talking about Light Yagami. We're only doing ones that we talked about today. Yeah, sure. The cordyceps can go down there, too. Trinity is not worse than Chucky, because at least the Trinity killer had some kind of horrible backstory, Kiki, that made him into who he is. As far as we know, Chucky is just... Oh, well, no, actually, we do know in the show. Chucky didn't have a horrible backstory. Chucky was, like, evil from the time he was a kid, and there was no real rhyme or reason behind it. So that's why he's higher. Maybe she will, Swoosh. Maybe. I do not, Caleb. I do not think it belongs down there. Okay. I don't know, guys. I'm pretty happy with this list, honestly. And I see some of you saying things should go a little higher or a little lower, but I don't know. It looks okay to me. And again, this is my list with your guys' input. That's the whole point. Look at that. Another hair. What is this? I have a German Shepherd and a Husky, so it's kind of hard to avoid hair all over me, plus the beard. But anyway, this is my list with your guys' input. So I actually like a lot of these placements. I'm gonna go myself through just one more time real quick and skim it. So I'll put in the description of the video a link to do this yourself, and I'll put it in the chat again because I did it earlier. But no list like this, especially because we're not, and even if it was like a favorites list, it's not going to look the same as yours. Mine's not going to look the same as yours or the next person or the next person's. This is ranked on how evil they are, and I have my criteria laid out right there on the screen. And this is what I think, you know, is appropriate for all these characters with your input. But again, your list might be very different. Let me see here. Yeah, that's fine. I do think that's okay. And then... I see the argument for Titan going higher. I do see that. 'Cause Titan's a little more... Thank you, Illuminator. Are you talking about the video for Carmine Falcone? Let's see. I'm gonna put him there. Oh, thank you, P-Clove. Thank you for the super thanks. And my pleasure. Hello, Mr. Frog. Great to see you stopping by. I just moved Titan up a few spots from the bottom of A+. Titan. Let's do another little poll on Titan. I don't like the below syndrome thing, Super Ender guy. There's just too many people above him that are way worse. Unless that's what you guys want, but I just don't see that. Above the Scream Killers? Maybe. I mean, another thing you have to consider too is in Megamind, and remind me if I'm wrong, like he destroyed a lot of stuff. But did he actually kill anyone? Did Titan actually kill anyone in Megamind? Or was it just he might have? Like it's possible that he could have after destroying a bunch of stuff? Not anytime soon, Luminator, but maybe. Where would Stepdad Ron rank XBL? Thank you for the super thank. Ron would be up in Ron tier. Ron tier, you can't see it though. It's so high up that it's in the stratosphere. Yeah, we never see him. It's possible. See, he was going to. He might have. So that's really what's keeping me putting him down here. Syndrome, we know, killed a bunch of superheroes. Titan, we have no idea if he did or not. Like, it's very possible that nobody died on Titan's watch. It's probable that a few did, but because we don't know, I don't know. I feel like keeping him where he's at, and 44% say yes. I am definitely not moving Titan up to S tier. I just don't think that's appropriate. And I definitely don't think he's worse than a Sith Lord. I might feel comfortable putting him by Alex DeLarge. Worse than Alex. Maybe. Because it's keep him where he's at, up a little bit, but I don't know. And again, this is my list, guys. I appreciate your input, but no, I can't move Titan any higher than that, personally. But yeah, let's continue. Let's see if there's any more that I think should be moved real quick. Dang. No, that was last time. Yeah, I'm happy with this list. I like it. But I do want to see if you guys want to make your own list. I would definitely like to see your list. If you haven't joined the Discord server, do that. That's where I'm terrible at social media. I do not like it. For some reason, I never have. And I don't have any personal social media. Even because I just don't use it. So the best way for you to send me something, you could send it to me on Instagram, which I check every now and then. But the Discord server is really the best place to get at me, outside of the comment section. So if you guys want to make your own lists, we actually have a channel on Discord for tier list discussions. Let me get you guys a Discord link. I don't know if Greasy or Elijah beat me to it, but let's go ahead and do this. Oh, Elijah got it. So there it is. But I'll put another one. Did I checked this one out? Didn't I? Yeah. Okay. How often do I use social media? Never. I mean, from what I just the most I do is and I don't even have a Reddit account. I mean, I have a Reddit account because I have my Violi one, and I'm sorry anyone who goes uses the subreddit regularly, but I'll go on Reddit and I'll scroll through it and like visit subreddits for stuff that I like, but I don't even have an account. Like I'll just search. I stay logged out and I just search stuff that I like if I want to search it, or I just scroll. So I'm mostly on YouTube. If I'm on any kind of, if you consider YouTube social media, that's what I watch YouTube a lot of the time. Or if I'm not watching a YouTube video, I'm playing a game or watching a movie or a show or reading or something. It's just social media has never been for me. That's just not my thing. Do I use the phone in the back? I actually did once. So when I got the phone, that was in like 2015, and I hooked it up. I got a phone service and hooked it up. It was gonna be an emergency phone. So like if my cell phone wasn't working, you call the house phone or something. But the only people that called me were scammers, and the ring on that thing is incredibly loud, like obnoxiously loud. So that went away real fast. I am Syrian, Boo5. My dad is from Latakia. That's where my dad comes from. Oh, sorry. I just went off and started talking. Anyway, we are done placing stuff. This is the list. This is where we're at. This is what we got. Again, there's a link here in the chat. Again, if you want to make your own list, you go ahead. But this is my list with your guys' input, and that's where we're at right now. So we can do a couple things right now. We can do a Q&A if you guys would like. We did that last time. I know some of you want to, have questions you want to ask me, and that's fine. But we could also figure out a way to maybe like play a game together or something. I don't know. I don't have anywhere in pressing to be. I mean, I always have videos to work on, but we can just hang out for a while and just talk if you guys want to. Yeah, now we're in the hangout stage. The list is done. Now we're hanging out. So let me see some of the things you guys said. Real quick, just so I can catch up. Beautiful list. Thank you. Yeah, I'll put a Q&A thing up if that's what you guys want. No, we'll do a Q&A real quick. We can do one for a minute. Ask me anything. And then maybe we'll figure out if we can play a game together or something. I know that's going to be kind of hard. There's 222 of you on here right now. And that's going to be a little difficult to find a game we can all play together. But we could also not all play together. I mean, some of us could play something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, there's a questions thing up right now. If you guys want to ask me a couple questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, we'll just hang out, talk, all that fun stuff. I am gonna go use the bathroom real quick, though. I'll be right back. Go ahead and keep asking your questions. I'll be right back. All right, what do we got here? What do we got? How come I can't see? Maybe pop it out. Can I pop it out? Can I show you guys? Yeah, sure. Wait, you guys can probably already see them all, huh? But I want to pop them out because I can't see what's beyond this little blurb. Will it go away? Can I make it bigger? Come on, I'm an old man. Just let me see my questions, please. Huh? There we go. Okay. Few questions. I'll answer these few questions. Will you ever do a video on evil Star Wars planets? Yeah, I don't know any off the top of my head. I don't know if the planet Abeloth lives on is evil. But yeah, my goal with the Star Wars videos is to cover every single Star Wars villain that ever was. So from the beginning of the timeline to the end of the timeline. So if there's evil planets, I'm gonna cover them. That's what it's gonna be. Put the mic back down a little bit. Have I studied sociology? Nope. Insofar as I needed anything for a video, I've said it before. Back in the day, I was going to go to college to become an archaeologist. Then I had some things happen in life, and I had to stop going to school. So I never really went to college. Everything you hear me talk about in the videos is either stuff that I've learned on my own by reading or watching stuff, or it's stuff that I've researched for a video in particular. Because I definitely didn't know everything that I know now about like disorders and certain things like that before I started making these videos. That's all been through research. Are there any fictional characters who you would want to see in Silent Hill? Jimmy. Put Jimmy from Mouthwashing in Silent Hill. He deserves it. I need to confront some of the things he's done. That's for sure. Do you know about Hunter x Hunter, and are you going to make a video about it at some point? I love Hunter x Hunter. It is in my top 5 animes. And Hisoka is one of my favorite villains. Anime villains, specifically. So, yeah. I'm sure I will, at some point. What does the little arrow mean? Oh. It means there's more questions for me to answer. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Have I seen Deadpool and Wolverine? No, I have not. But I heard it's funny. Yeah. Why have you not done a Call of Duty villain? I just haven't got to him yet. IT or IT. I will do Call of Duty villains eventually. I know there's one in particular that people ask for all the time. I'm forgetting the name right now, though. I see it a lot, though. But yeah, someday I will. Will I do Tuco Salamanca or the Transformers franchise? Yes and yes. Do you have a personal favorite hero character? Bilbo Baggins from The Hobbit / The Lord of the Rings, but mostly The Hobbit. I love Bilbo. Bilbo's my favorite. What is your favorite piece of media that doesn't have a villain? Ooh, that's a good question. Favorite piece of media that doesn't have a villain? Huh. Does an animal documentary count? Because I love this movie that was made, I think, in the 70s. I have it on tape in the other room. I watch it from time to time. It's called Animals Are Beautiful People, and it is like one of my comfort movies. And it's just a documentary about the pre-Namib Desert and the Namib Desert in Africa and all the animals that live there, but the narrator, they present it in like a very comedic way. So it's pretty cool. Let's see here. If this chat was subject to a video, would we get S+? Beyond S+. Z tier. Up at the top. You guys are the worst. And I don't want any of you here. No, I'm kidding. You guys are great. You guys would not be on the list at all. How about that? Have I seen The Substance? If not, I cannot recommend it enough. I have not, but I've heard it was good. My best friend, he's seen it, and he told me it was really good. So I'm sure I will. Have you read the First Law series? I have not. Everyone on your list is an island-wide Royal Rumble. Who takes the dub? Oh, Royal, yeah. Morgoth? Probably. Probably Morgoth. I mean, he's at the top because he's the personification of evil in the Tolkien legendarium, but he's also like a gigantic, massive demon lord god. I think anyone on this list would have a tough time getting to him. Where'd it go? I lost Jay. Thank you, James McDonald. I agree, Jay. Do you agree with me that the Penguin has more in common with Griffith or Dio Brando than he does Walter White or Tony Soprano for his power-hungry motives? Yeah, he's got more in common with them, but I wouldn't say he's as bad as them. If that makes sense. Have you ever thought of using AI generated when covering book characters or characters with scarce amounts of pictures like Judge Holden? I have, but AI is such a contentious subject that if I do, I feel like I'm going to get yelled at for it more than I am going to get praised for it. So, no, probably not unless that becomes like an acceptable practice to use AI images for video stuff, or for book characters and stuff like that. Mario or Sonic games? That's... I think I like more Mario games than I do Sonic games, but the Sonic games I do like, I think I like more than the Mario games I like. So like Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Generations, that's a great game. The old Sonic side-scroller games are great. But yeah, both of them are about pretty even, I would say, honestly. I've never had an MRI. What is it like? It's fine. I mean, I think that's an MRI. The last time I had one a year ago, 2 years ago. I had one when I got my appendix out, like 3 years ago, I think that was. And then I had another one not long after that because there was something. Oh, I had a big issue with my stomach, and I have a lot of. Unfortunately, I've had a lot of medical problems in my life compared to other people. I've had like, so what? I'm 31 now, and I've had like 8 surgeries or something. But yeah, MRIs are cool. They inject you with this liquid. So like when it goes through your veins, it shows up on the MRI. And it makes you feel all warm, like your whole body gets like warm. It's interesting. Have you ever known a person in your real life that have some or all traits that Jimmy from Mouthwashing has? Some, but not all. Yeah. Some, but not all. If Hitler was on the list, where would you put him? I mean, that's hard. He's definitely going up in S+. It's probably like... See, I don't know. It seems unfair. Like when I get to covering people that are just from real life, I don't know. Cuz Hitler, technically he'd be below a space emperor, right? Because his crimes were relegated to a continent compared to galaxies, planets, right? But they're fake, and Hitler was real. And what does their crime? In fact, if we're going by that logic, then Ammon should be at the top. I don't know. Now that I think about it, yeah. I don't know. I don't know where I'd put Hitler, honestly. And maybe I have to reconsider my placement of Ammon in the face of the fact that, real people. A lot of real people got hurt by him compared to the fictional ones that got hurt by these people. So, I don't know. Thank you for the question. It gave me some things to think about, that's for sure. Do you prefer Paul Dano's Riddler? Oh, Colin Farrell's Penguin. All the way. I mean, Paul Dano's Riddler was great, but Colin Farrell's Penguin was something else. Put planet Earth or humanity in the scale of evil? I mean, that's like a very abstract question that has a lot of different facets to it. I can't even begin to answer that, X-Rex. Sorry. That's a very complex question. With your Star Wars series, do you plan to do all in order or jump around? Because things like the Vong are some of the most interesting and will be ages to come up if you do them in order. Yes, I am going to do them in order. I know the Vong are interesting, and like there's a bunch of other more interesting characters than the ones that are here now. But specifically why I decided to do the Star Wars characters in order is because there are so many times where I'm going to be talking about a Star Wars character, and I'm going to have to talk about one that came before them. Because a lot of the times, like especially when it comes to Sith Lords, like they all have a master, you know? So if I talked about a Sith Lord who is like the 30th Sith Lord from like 1 to the end, he's like 30 or whatever, I need to talk about his master when talking about him. But to talk about his master, I'm going to have to talk about his master. You know what I mean? And so on and so forth and back and back and back. So that's why I want to go in order, so I can have reference points and tell you guys, hey, this is what this guy did. Remember when we talked about it in this episode? If you're not familiar with it, go and catch up, you know? So yeah, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before we get to the Vong, but I promise it'll be worth it in the end. At least I think so. Have you heard about a Red Baraska? I have, and I actually... One of the things I like to do to calm myself down at night, calm my mind down before I go to sleep, is I'll read like creepypastas. I like to go on No Sleep on Reddit. And so I'll read some scary stories before I go to sleep. And Baraska is probably my favorite creepypasta. So yes, I do know about that. Okay, I'm not going to answer that, AB, but thanks for the question. You plan to do more anime characters? Yes. I do. There's lots more characters from everything to come. In movies, books, shows, games, you name it. Next year, we ever cover characters from Giallo films. So, I didn't really tell you guys this, but asking me when I'm going to cover a character, there is only one answer when it comes to, are you going to cover this character? Are you going to cover this type of character? What, so on and so forth? If they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. That's my motto. I try to go with characters that are more widely requested, you know. You give the majority what the majority wants. But at the same time, I will pepper in lesser known ones or alter my picks depending on my workload, because sometimes I just can't get it done, you know. As a reminder to you guys, most of you know this, I'm sure, but I'll use a wiki here and there for, like, if I forgot a character's birthday, or I don't remember what episode something happened in, or if a character appears, like for the Star Wars ones, for example, I'll go on Wikipedia and go to the bottom where it says sources, and then I'll go to each of those sources and read all the stuff. But if I'm covering a character from a show, I watch every episode. If I'm covering a character from a book series, I read every book myself. So sometimes I just got too much to do and I can't do, 3 show villains in a month. So workload factors into it too, but yes, essentially what I was getting at is, will I cover certain characters next year? There's no guarantee for that. Will I cover certain characters in 2 years? No guarantee for that either. But rest assured, if they are evil, I plan on getting to them eventually, if I can, Do I think Griffith is the most complex character you've covered? No. No, I don't. As for who is the most complex character I've covered, I just know Griffith is not it, because there has been some that have made me scratch my head way more than Griffith. In fact, like Longlegs, some of you might remember, but I actually didn't post for 2 weeks because this damn Longlegs movie took me so long to go through all the supplementary information from the movie. That was a lot. So I don't know. No, Griffith isn't it. I would say The Lighthouse took me a while to figure out too. I remember that one being hard. Longlegs was hard. There's a few more that I could name, I'm sure, but no, not Griffith. If you were to have an interaction with any villain in each tier, assuming they won't kill you, who would you pick in each tier? Well, Palpatine, of course, in S tier, because he's my favorite. S+. S tier... Bill would probably be fun to hang out with, if he's not going to kill me. A+ tier... Ha! Where is he? Is he an A+? Is he an A+ or A? Okay, he's an A. I'll say that for A. A+, I'm hanging out with... Huh. Ralph. Don't like him as a person and what he did, but he'd be fun to... He'd probably be a good time to hang out with him, you know? Everything he's done aside. But A, it would be Tuco. Tuco's one of my favorites. I would love to spend a day with Tuco, even though he's a bastard too. And let's see, B tier. I'd pal around with Barry. Barry be nice to hang out with, I think. Kinda. Sorta. Sure, why not? Well, if I want to have a good time, I guess I'd call up Jordan Belfort in C tier. But I don't think... No, definitely not that. Is an interesting question to ask. I'll hang out with Salieri. We'll listen to some music. Have a nice afternoon. And Cy Parrish, D tier. Why not? And these two, I would rather hang out with the Spiral or the Cordyceps, so no thanks. Or was I? I already answered that. I've ever known someone like Jimmy in real life. Sort of, not really. What is your favorite color? It's purple. This wall, I don't know if you can tell. This kind of looks washed out with the natural lighting, but painted my office purple because I love purple. It's my favorite color. And go figure, that's what the color of my logo is. Where was I? Okay. Which is your favorite media? Games, movies, books, or TV series? I like all of them equally, I would say, but I play a lot of video games, so probably games. Second, maybe movies. Hey, Viola, have you ever had villain fictional crushes? X-Men's Bastion and his he looks hot. Made me fall in love. I don't remember anything specific about falling in love with a villain. Oh, where did it go? What happened to my... Oh, there it is. But I will say, in the Penguin series, Sophia was looking real nice in that little black dress that she had on towards the end of the show. So, maybe her. Bowser or Eggman, who do you like better? Eggman. I like Eggman better. I call him Robotnik. Hi, man. Can you do a 100+ cartoon LRO? I'm sorry, Ali. I don't know what that means. If you can say that question again, that would be nice. What is the most evilest thing in the world? Well, I've talked about this before in videos. Murder is the most evil thing that you can do to another person, because everything else that you can do to someone, you can potentially recover from. Even if you're tortured for 10 years, you can potentially live another 20. You know what I mean? Your life might be impacted in several ways. But you cannot recover from murder. If once you're dead, you're dead. So, as the one thing that you can do to another person that is impossible to recover from, I would say murder is the most evilest thing in the world. How would you go about covering characters from GTA? Like, would it be specific characters or just like an analysis of the world as a whole? So I've seen people recommend characters from GTA 5 and San Andreas, and I think 4 as well. But the thing is, I actually don't know that much about Grand Theft Auto. I only ever played Grand Theft Auto to screw around. You know, the last game I actually played was 4, and I played it very briefly at a friend's house. And then the last game that I played like more than a couple hours was San Andreas when I was like 12 or something. And all I would do is turn on the cheats and screw around. So I don't know. I don't know what GTA would be like yet. I'd have to go and see what the most requested character is, go play that game, and then figure out if I'm going to just do the character or the game. I don't know. An evil character that you like, but that you don't like the work in general. Okay, this is probably going to be sacrilege to some of you, but I don't really like shooters. I never have. I mean, the only one I ever really enjoyed was Halo 2. Halo 2, Halo Reach, and Halo 3. That was out of order. But I enjoyed playing those games back in the day with my friends. Other than that, though, I don't play shooters. They're not my kind of game. So I did not really enjoy Far Cry 3. Voss and his sister were cool characters, but I did not enjoy playing the game. Like, I was waiting for it to be over. It's just not my kind of game. Okay, I hope this question is working, but did you ever? Sorry, Ambor, I don't think that question worked. Would you ever consider doing any villains from Doctor Who? Yes, I would. Will you ever do it again? If they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. I will. Will I ever? Probably in the future. Have you considered doing the House of Feanor from the Silmarillion? Think Maglor, Madros, and Feanor would all be really interesting to consider. They would. That I actually have. House of Feanor, Saruman. I thought about doing the Witch King and Grima Wormtongue. And there might be a couple more. Saruman would be up next, though. As far as Lord of the Rings universe villains go. I have seen the first Hotel Transylvania, yes. Why villains and not heroes? Because I like them. I've always been drawn to villains for some reason. And yeah, I decided to make a channel about them because I like them, and turns out other people do too. Thoughts on the pairing of the evil trio starring... Yeah, I think you asked that while we were making the list. I am a bore. Yeah, that's a good pairing. I just don't know the Q. The Q, if I don't know how you say their name because I haven't read All Tomorrows yet. But I'm sure that's accurate. Favorite TV show villain? Tony Soprano. I love The Sopranos. Have you seen any of the... Okay. Yes, I have. Would you ever make a draw your life video on your past life if you get many subscribers? Oh, I don't know how to draw. So, I don't know. Are you guys interested in hearing about my life? I mean, I've had kind of an interesting life. I mean, I'm sure it would make for a good story. But, yeah, I guess if enough people want to hear about it. Are you going to cover Warhammer themes or characters? I'm actually going to make a community post here in a little bit. Because the other day, I looked up, like, how many Warhammer books are there? Where should I start? And, it's, you know, Warhammer's not just books. It's a lot of other stuff, too. But there are 300 books in the over 300 books in the Warhammer universe. And remember, I read everything when I'm covering a character. So 300 books? That's a lot of books. So I'm actually going to make a community post in a little while and ask you guys what are the most like requested Warhammer characters, and then figure out where I need to start from there. Because I do want to get into Warhammer, but my God, that's a lot of shit, a lot of stuff to go through. Okay. So yeah, maybe soon. We'll see, depending on how long it takes me to get through stuff. Have you considered doing former evil characters who have redeemed themselves, like Zuko? Yeah, and I've done a few that like redeem themselves in the story, so yeah, Zuko might be fun to do. Can you read a list I made of cartoons/video games living in a house together? To find it, just type Crazy Cartoon House Amino and click on the one called Crazy Cartoon House. Maybe? I don't really know what you're talking about here. Let me look it up real quick and see what this means. Amino Crazy Cartoon House. I'm assuming this is it. Whoa, that's a giant list, and no, I will not read that, sorry, but interesting concept to put all these characters in a house together. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's a long list, man. Interesting concept. I'll say that. That's pretty cool. Hey, Vili, so Bill Cipher, once you're a pathetic man-child backstory-wise. So, question: do you feel pure villains deserve tragic backstories? They can have tragic backstories. Is there a couple up here that might? Not really, huh? I don't know. Maybe his backstory might bump him down some. Who knows? I'm gonna have to read the Book of Ill, but it's possible that a pure evil villain could have a tragic backstory, especially if because if Palpatine had a tragic backstory, which he doesn't, but if he did, I think he'd still be pretty high up there, because his whole goal is to be immortal dark god emperor of the universe forever. So that's not really something that can get canceled out by a tragic backstory. I shall ask you a question. Cosmicism plus cosmic pessimism plus cosmic nihilism equals true philosophy. So I am not learned in what cosmicism is. I'm assuming cosmic pessimism has something to do with being pessimistic about our place in the cosmos or the universe in general. And cosmic nihilism applies to everything. I don't know, man. Sorry, I can't really answer that question. I'm not qualified to answer that question. Which do you prefer, FNAF or Undertale? Undertale. I haven't really consumed any FNAF stuff, but I played a little bit of Undertale, so Undertale. If you're going to do real people villains, you should just do a separate tier list for them. Yeah, probably. In my story, Sauron represents as near an approach to the holy evil will as is possible. This goal should be considered to increase Sauron's position on the list. I mean, he's already pretty up there. So, if anything, now might, because he's not like a personification of evil, and then, like that, maybe. But I think Sauron is fine where he's at, personally. Yeah. Yes. So, do you feel we are losing media literacy and need to learn how to improve it? So, I don't know. I'm sure some people are. There's a lot of... That's a question that has multiple layers, because there's a lot of different things I've seen lately, especially about how kids, Gen Alpha kids, don't really know... Their reading levels are really low or something like that. But media literacy, while it's a good thing to have, and if you're misinterpreting stuff and using that for some strange agenda, if you're interpreting some work in a way that aligns with your belief system that you're trying to push or something, and it's false, then that's a bad thing. But media is not central to life. In fact, it's not even necessary for life. I'm sure there are people out there who don't watch or read much at all, and they spend time with their families, maybe they play sports, whatever. So if someone is is watching something and they don't quite get it, to the degree that someone who sits here all day and watches and reads stuff, then that's fine. Would I like it if more people were accurate when interpreting stuff? Sure. Do I think it would be a positive thing? Yes. Do I think it's a need? Maybe. I don't know. I'll say yeah, sure. Favorite type of food? Arabic food, probably. Some specific stuff, though. Like I think my favorite meal of all time, and I don't know why we called it this when we were younger. My dad just said it this way, but that's not what it's called. We called it fete when I was younger, but it's called fate hummus. And it's like, it's a bowl with pita bread on the bottom, garbanzo beans, with the water they were boiled in placed on top, with a mixture of tahini, garlic, lemon juice, salt, and then water from the garbanzo beans to make it into like a... Because when you mix the lemon juice and the tahini together, it becomes like kind of hard and gritty. But then you put the water in, the hot water in, to make it into like a... Not a paste. Like, almost like a sauce. Yeah, a sauce would be a good way to put it. And so you put that on top, and then you fry up some pita bread crisps and some butter and lay that on top. Put some paprika over that. Eat it with a side of cucumbers, tomatoes, jalapenos, and green onion. And it's one of my favorite things ever. It's peasant food. It was meant to feed, like a whole family. And we called it the bomb when I was younger, because you eat a portion and you're full for the rest of the day, and like miserably full almost. But it's so good. I love it. Favorite Warhammer Primarch? I haven't even got into Warhammer yet, so I couldn't say. I know a little bit about the Emperor of Man because I thought he was a cool character, but that's about it. Why do you cover so many Star Wars characters? Are you a big fan? So, in the... Was it Now? Yeah, in the Now video, I am a big fan of Star Wars, first of all. But second of all, I talked about how in the Now video, there's probably like 1,000 Star Wars villains when you consider organizations, creatures, planets, species, Sith Lords, bounty hunters, assassins, whatever. And so I decided that, people are going to request Star Wars villains all the time. It's just going to happen. And in order to cover them all in a fair way, I decided that I'm going to cover them from the very beginning and make that bonus episodes every week, which I hope I can deliver on. And yeah, I just thought it'd be cool to give you guys an extra episode every week and get through the Star Wars universe, because I like Star Wars, a lot of you like Star Wars, so why not more Star Wars, more videos? Yeah. Would you cover some Hunter x Hunter content? Someone already asked that up above, and I said yes. Hunter x Hunter is one of my favorite animes of all time, / mangas. I already answered the media one. Oh wait, no, did I go back up? Is that why? Oh no, I'm here. Okay. Favorite type of media is video games. I already said that. Are there villains that you would never do, or there are no exception? The exception are characters and stories and stuff that are just gory for the sake of being gory, like a Serbian film. I wouldn't touch those, but otherwise there's not really any exceptions. Oh, the other exception is like comedic villains that are like analyzing their evil would just be like, come on, like why? If it's just like a villain from like a funny movie that's not really evil, it's just comedic effect, or they are evil, but it's like, why even bother talking about them? Then like that, no. If you had to spend a weekend camping with any villain you've covered, which would it be? I hate camping, so I would like to not spend a weekend camping ever. But who would I spend a weekend camping with if I had to? Let's see. Let's go down, because I don't want to be at a weekend. Let's take Jordan Belfort camping, because he would be less pleased with camping than I would, I feel like. Where'd I go? Okay. Also, villains you don't think will never go along on this list. Villains you don't think will never get along on this list. Oh, there's plenty. There's too many that would not get along with each other on this list. I'd wager that most of them wouldn't get along with each other. Arthur Fleck is still in B tier despite Joker 2 having him... I haven't seen Joker 2. So the same thing with like Bill Cipher and the Book of Bill. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't made an update video to the Joker 2, so I don't know any more about Arthur's story, so this placement for Arthur is based off of what I do know, and that's the Joker movie. Which villain for you made you feel bad for the most? Pity them. Leatherface. Leatherface is at the bottom for a reason, because I feel very sorry for him. Most hilarious villains you enjoyed entertainment-wise. Who was funny? Maybe Armstrong. Armstrong was hilarious. Just the whole character was a lot. Will you ever name your pet with the name of someone from this list? If yes, which one? No, probably not. What is the next? I did want to name my cat something. Next cat I get. What did I want to name him? I forgot. Maybe it'll come to me. But no, I haven't thought about naming a cat a villain. Oh, we were me and my wife, fiance, we're thinking about getting a corgi and naming him Pippin. That'd be kind of cool. That's not really a villain. So, ever read Land of the Lustrous? I have not. Who's your favorite game villain? Probably Ganondorf. I like Ganondorf a lot. Or Yu Yevon. Yu Yevon, the Final Fantasy X is my favorite game of all time, so probably Yu Yevon. Who is more evil, the tire from rubber or video game donkey? Donkey, of course. Everybody knows that. Can you cover which King of Angmar? I sure can. Which piece of media you watch, aka villain, didn't deserve redemption? I've never seen Steven Universe, so I don't know. Who didn't deserve to be redeemed? It's up to personal preference, but I don't think James Sunderland deserved to be redeemed. So, there you go. For Voldemort's ranking... Oh, wait, no. I skipped down. If you were to sin any Halo villains, would you sin the Covenant as a whole or focus... Oh, I'm guessing you're asking if I'd analyze them. Might do the Covenant as a whole, but I only know Halo lore from like 2, 3, and Reach, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back to the universe. Favorite Game of Thrones villain? Euron or Tywin. My favorite character is Stannis, though. Who is the top villain at the top to your list? It is Morgoth. GTA series would be great. All the characters are deep. Cool. I've seen a fair amount of requests for GTA villains, so I will get to it soon, I'm sure. Do you feel Jimmy from Mouthwashing was specifically intended to made to fight against the love for toxic? No. I don't think so on that one. No. Maybe? I wouldn't know. For Voldemort's ranking, shouldn't we take into account him being conceived under the effects of a love potion, which makes him incapable of feeling love? Does it make him incapable of feeling love? Okay, I might have to go back and read that part again, but I don't remember that. Yeah, perhaps. Favorite genre you like, least favorite. Never cared for genres, but I do like my least favorite. Magical girls? I don't even know what that is. Favorite genres? Sci-fi and fantasy are my favorite genres of stuff, and least favorite... I don't know. I don't really... Oh, musicals. I don't like musicals very much, unless it's a Disney movie. I'm good on musicals. What's your major? You said you managed a restaurant. I don't have a major. I didn't go... I said it earlier, if you didn't catch it, but I did not go to college. I do not have a college degree. And I managed a couple restaurants, but you don't need a degree for that. Yeah. So no major. Have you seen Harvey Beaks? No, I have not. I don't even know what that is. If you had to choose one villain that you would mostly relate to, who would that be and why? I am not sure. I don't know. I don't know what villain I relate to. It's a good question, but I'm just not sure. I asked my question before you said you're thinking about covering every villain, so let me rephrase it. Do you think you're familiar enough with Doctor Who to cover any of the villains? I am not. I don't know anything about Doctor Who, but that doesn't mean anything. I wasn't familiar with, I would say, 60, maybe 70% of the characters that I've covered so far before I made the channel. If it's requested enough, I will get familiar with them. So, yeah. If you were to master a skill, what would it be? Finance, I guess. It'd be kind of nice to know the ins and outs of the stock market so you could make a lot of money off of it, I guess. If that counts. Your channel is awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Necromancer. Who do you think has a better chance of outsmarting the other? Mike Armentrout or Anton Chigurh? They are both skilled in combat and resourceful. I think Mike actually might have the edge there. Interestingly enough. Final question because I must eat lunch, so goodbye. Well, goodbye, Amabor. It was nice to have you here, and thank you for all the questions. But do you like the concept of the I can fix them notion of redeeming villains? Yeah, that's pretty fun. It can be cool if done right. But enjoy your lunch. Thanks for stopping by. Who do you think has a better chance of outsmarting... Oh, I already said that one. Do you think that Dutch from Red Dead Redemption was always evil? Or he was changed by circumstances? Changed by circumstance. I don't think he was always evil. Final question. Goodbye, Amabor. Thank you for stopping by. Your final question. First favorite villain you enjoyed as a kid? I don't know. Remember, really? It's been so long. Huh. Maybe Mandark from, like, Dexter's Lab? I would assume that would be one of them. Do you think having a child is evil? No, I do not. Which villain is better, Springtrap? Oh, which villain is better, Springtrap, FNAF, or Flowey, Undertale? I don't know who Springtrap is, so I guess Flowey. Have you seen Arcane Season 2? Not yet. I have not. What's your favorite Cartoon Network show? It's between Courage the Cowardly Dog, Flapjack, and something else. There's another one. That's in my top 3. Oh, Ed, Edd and Eddy. That's another top 3. So, I don't know. People ask me stuff all the time, and I feel like my answers change a lot because I'll be like, one day I remember this being my favorite, and then another day I remember this one being my favorite. So, I would say Courage the Cowardly Dog overall, though. Would you ever consider making a different type of tier list on the villains you covered? For example, a tier list of which only the crimes the characters commit decides how evil the characters are. Maybe. If enough people want to see it, I'm sure. It could be cool. Have you seen The Players Club? A lot of evil was in that film. I have not. I've heard of it, though, I think. What's your opinion on The Last of Us 2? Personally, it's my favorite game of all time, but I find that it's very split on what people think of it. I haven't actually played it yet because I was waiting for the next season of the show to come out before I do, because I'm probably going to make another video on the Last of Us when the show comes out. So I don't know. I will get back to me when the show comes out. Do you have a strong appreciation for heroes or villains? For villains, I sure do. Heroes are cool. I mean, I have appreciation for everything. But yeah, I love villains. I have not followed your channel precisely, so I don't know whether you made videos about it, but what is your opinion on the dystopia? I made a video on 1984, and I do want to make one on A Brave New World and Animal Farm. But, I mean, dystopias are horrifying. I don't know if what more opinion I can have beyond that, besides it's like it's one of the worst possible things that can happen to the entire world and you as a person, because dystopias usually come out of situations that are, like, out of your control. Like, you can't control nuclear war happening, you can't control a zombie apocalypse happening, so it's just like, what are you gonna do? One day you might just find yourself in a dystopia. That's terrifying. What's your opinion on the Disney Star Wars canon? I've only read post-Endor Legends, so I'm interested on whether you think it's worth getting into. I think they got some good stuff in it. Like, I remember there was that comic with Darth Momin, whatever you want to call him. And I remember one of the Dooku novels being pretty damn good. Yeah, I think it's got some merits. You know, everything's got some merits and everything's going to have some bad sides to it, and that's the same for the Disney Star Wars canon. Do you think it's possible to analyze William Afton? Yes, eventually I shall. Would you consider making a video on every race in Warhammer instead of single characters? I don't know enough about it yet to say whether or not that would be appropriate, but maybe. That's One Punch Man villains. I'm not sure what you mean there, Sauce Vader. Sorry guys, but I'm going to skip stuff if you're just asking me to talk about, if I'll talk about a specific character, because my philosophy is if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. If people request them, I'll cover them. Have you ever watched One Piece? I watched a little bit of it when I was a kid, but I am definitely not caught up on it. That's for sure. Would you do Analyzing Evil video with Sheev Talks? Pretty cool channel. I've thought about reaching out to people and collaborating before. I just haven't done it yet. Sheev Talks. I've never heard of Sheev Talks. Maybe. I don't know. I don't typically... So his content looks to be more so centered around negative stuff, like the bad parts of things, and that's fine if that's what you like and that's what you like to do, that's cool. But I do not really like to dwell on the negative for stuff. Yeah, I don't like things, and I'll talk about it with people, you know, when it's appropriate, but to make videos about like why I think something's stupid or bad, it's just not something that I really want to do. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Where are we going? Okay, here we go. Have you heard of the Pure Evil Wiki? I have heard of it, yes. You should name your cat Sidious. That'd be funny, but we'll see. You should do the Lich, okay. Eventually I will do the Lich. Alright, one final question, but did you introduce your family to your channel? Yes, my family knows about my channel. Will you make a video about Lelouch? Yeah, sorry guys. Asking me if I'll make a video about something, you're gonna get the same answer. If they're evil, and enough people request them, I will cover them eventually. What are your favorite villainous powers? Shooting lightning from your hands. Darth Sidious, Palpatine. That's one of my favorites. That's probably my favorite of all time. And I actually love lightning for some reason. Like, whenever it's storming outside and there's lightning, I go sit at the window and watch it until it's done. Will you be remastering all of your old episodes or some? If so, is Vincent from Collateral on that list? Just some, and I don't know if Vincent is on the list. I haven't really figured out how far I'm going to go yet. I do know I'm going up to like Alex DeLarge, I think. No, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I still have to see where exactly I'm going to stop. Would you consider an Elder Scrolls? Yes. Yes, I would. Because my mind begs for more like Gollum, favorite villain trope besides Dark Lord. I love it when Western cartoons make a vile villain in a saccharine world. My next favorite trope... Oh, it's probably the what I said earlier in the stream. I love me a good, righteous, stupidly righteous, overly religious villain who is like, thinks he's doing everything he's doing for God, but he's really just a self-righteous piece of garbage. Those are some of my favorite villains. Would you ever consider doing tier lists for specific series, like All the Evil Within, A Song of Ice and Fire? Maybe. Maybe I would. If you were to cover more Succession characters, would you cover the siblings as a whole, or would you do them separately? Maybe separately. I think they could all... They would have, like, enough there to talk about to do separately. I think. Have you played any Five Nights at Freddy's? I have not. But I know who William Afton is. I just have not played any Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. Have you played Half-Life video games? Nope, I have not. Do you enjoy any JRPGs? I do. Final Fantasy X is my favorite game of all time. Final Fantasy VI is a fun game. I liked the Legend of Mana, Secret of Mana games. What else? There's a few others I've played. I remember liking this game called The Last Remnant back in the day. But yeah, I don't play too many of them, but I do like them. Which villain on the tier list can you beat in a fight? Probably a fair few of them. But most of them I couldn't, you know. Yeah. Of all the villains... Whoa. Have you seen the FNAF movie? I have not. Of all the villains you covered, which video took you the longest? I would assume it would be a show villain with lots of episodes. Weirdly enough, it was Longlegs, I think. Just because there was so much to go through and so much to figure out. Like I said earlier in the stream, I didn't post for 2 weeks because it took me so long. This isn't a suggestion, but what is your belief on characters like an alien from the alien from the Thing? Are they exempt from an evil status? Yeah, unless there's more information given to us about like they're doing things out of malice, then yes. Things like the alien from the Thing or xenomorphs, they're more so animals in my view. So it's kind of hard to call them evil. Favorite villain trope: pure evil, cartoonish evil, sympathetic. Pure evil. I do love me the pure evil. Any other tier list ideas? Other than the ones that they've said so far, a couple people have said, not really. Do you think an ideology itself can be evil? Yes, I do. It sure can, especially if it has harming people intentionally baked into it. That's evil. I know you had to read Watch JoJo to analyze Dio. How far did you get? I finished was Stone Ocean the last one in like the original timeline. If that's the case, then yeah, because I haven't read anything where like it's in a different time, like they fast forward or something. I just got to the end of Dio's timeline. Which villain from your list so far will be the most rich and the most poor? Most rich and most poor. Gordon Gekko or Jordan Bell? Oh no, probably Baron Harkonnen is the richest, or Zorg. And then the poorest, I don't know who the poorest would be. Maybe Leatherface. They don't seem to have too many riches. Have you watched Fall of the House of Usher? I have not. Would you consider doing a character like Harry Cartman? I would, yes. Is there any villain you hated so much that you wanted to see them die? Yeah, there's been a few. Too many to name. Maybe the most recent was Jimmy, and I kind of was rooting for maybe Batman should let the Penguin go this time, you know? You might have answered this before, but what is your favorite piece of media story of all time? Final Fantasy X, The Hobbit, and Star Wars Revenge of the Sith is one of my favorite movies of all time. But yeah, Final Fantasy X is my favorite game of all time, and it's also one of my favorite stories of all time, so I think I would go with that. Thoughts on Final Fantasy VII remakes? Haven't played them. What are your thoughts on Sephiroth? Cool character. I'll cover him eventually. Did you enjoy the Batman Arkham games? They were pretty fun. Would the Persona games be on your list to play, or are you not interested? I'm not interested personally, but I've seen people request villains from it, so I'm sure I will play them eventually. So here's my one. What villain do you like to work? What villain do you like to work on this list as a villain? Hopefully said villain would destroy you or torment you. I think you're asking what villain I'd like to work with. Maybe Gordon Gekko or Jordan Belfort. Who do you think would win in a fight? Bill Cipher or Sans Undertale? Probably Bill Cipher. I don't know enough about Undertale. I only played a little bit of it. Has your stance on doing characters from comedies changed at all? Not really. Unless they're like way evil. But I mean, I've seen, and I might do them still just because I've seen so many people ask about them. But people have asked me to do like the Wet Bandits from Home Alone, and I'm like, I guess I can, but it just feels so weird to talk about these comedic relief thieves in the serious way that I do on my channel. Like, yeah, they're thieves, and they steal stuff, and they slip downstairs and get ran around by a kid. Like, I don't know. I just don't see that episode going. It just doesn't click in my head. I've seen you refer to Stalin as being more evil than Hitler before. Why do you think Stalin's evil is a bit more debated by people and academics than Hitler? Because Stalin was on the winning side. the victors get to write the history books, and Stalin was on the right side of history before he died. So there's a lot more people willing to defend him and his legacy than there are Hitler's, and debate whether or not he's responsible for some of the things he did. Will you do Sentinel from Transformers 1? Someday, I'm sure. Would you like to go back to Blood Meridian to analyze other characters like the Kid or Glanton? Yeah, maybe someday. Since you said you like villains who believe they're doing the right thing, what is your opinion of the Master from Fallout 1? He did want the best for humanity. I haven't played Fallout 1, so I don't know. I do not have an opinion. But I've seen a lot of requests for the Master, so I'm sure I will get to them sooner rather than later. I have played Revengeance for the Metal Gear games, but that's it. Excuse me. Would you make more Metal Gear Solid videos? Yes. Have you ever watched SMG4? I'm going to look that up because I don't know what that is. SMG4. I don't know the abbreviation. SMG4. What is this? SMG4. I'm guessing this is some kind of fan creation? Some Mario offshoot thing? I personally wouldn't watch it, I don't think. Doesn't look like my kind of thing. Maybe? No, this doesn't look like something I would watch, no. Did you watch the second season of Arcane? Not yet. Could Morgoth ever lose his spot as #1? It's possible. Anything's possible. Goodbye, I am a bore. No, I was not annoyed. Have a good day. Any Targaryen you would like to make a video of? Yeah, Bloodraven. Villain and Maegor the Cruel. And Aegon the Fourth. Villains who lost that you wish won. Nobody. Nobody should be the answer. I mean, Palpatine's my favorite villain, so, you know, I want to see him do more Palpatine stuff, but do I want him to win? No, because, you know, he kills a whole bunch of people. So, as much as I love villains, I don't really want them to win most of the time. I do enjoy a story where they do win, though, which is not good, I guess, but it's just nice to see something different. You know, the hero wins every time, so it's nice when the villain wins for the change, you know. What movie are you excited to see, but were very disappointed? I thought Night of the Hunters was going to be a fantastic, groundbreaking film. Night of the Hunter with Henry Powell. I didn't like it that much. Is Courage too comedic? It might be. It might be, but it might be cool to do, like, just talk about the whole show. Do you think Blood Meridian is unfilmable? No, I think someone could make it. I think it's just going to be hard. I already did. Rain Man, I already did make a movie or a video on Tommy DeVito from Goodfellas. You can find it on my channel. What's your opinion on villain redemption? Personally, I love stories that both have a villain try for redemption after something truly irredeemable and have to do so while not being forgiven. I like it. If it works for the story, then it's great. You know, I mean, any kind of trope or story device is fine as long as it's done well. You know. Can you make a review? Okay, no. What was your favorite Tarantino villain? Probably Hans Landa, or maybe Steven. Steven's great too. Do a video on the Q. I believe it's evil. You know what? Now that I've seen, like, I remember back in the day, a while ago, whenever, I saw Alt-Shift-X make a video on All Tomorrows, and I got a whole bunch of views. I just never watched it. But now that I've seen people saying, like, this All Tomorrows villain is part of a trifecta with Judge Holden and Am, maybe I need to look into it soon. Yeah. Remember to see a short of you talking about how hate is a byproduct of love instead of its opposite. Would you consider doing more long-form vids like this in the future outside of analyzing evil? Yes, I would. In fact, I have several different ideas for different long-form videos on, like, evil or evil concepts. So, yes, I would. Which villain got away with the most with little repercussions? Too many to name. I don't know. There's a lot that can fall into that. Who's a villain you genuinely wished had a redemption arc but didn't due to said circumstances? You know what's funny is that my eyes flicked to Ozai, and I don't think he deserved it, but it would have been cool if Ozai had like a redemption arc with his brother, like his brother helped him redeem himself or something. Do you believe anti-heroes have been overused as of recent? No, I think they're fine. I think people are much more into more complex villains nowadays, and that's perfectly fine. I think it's a good thing. Most complex was Longlegs, I think, because it took me so long. Would I like to move to the House of Bilbo Baggins? Absolutely. What do I think of Andrew Ryan as a character? He's pretty cool. As far as corporate magnate type characters go, he's actually one of the better ones, and I'd put him in like maybe my top 100 villains if I ever made a list like that, which might be a good idea. Thoughts on Sweeney Todd? I actually just watched it for the first time with my wife on Halloween, and out of all the musicals I've seen, that was the best one. And I don't like musicals, so that's saying something. Will you ever do Joseph Aaron from the Creed franchise? Again, if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually, so probably yes. How are you hoping A Song of Ice and Fire ends? It can end exactly the same way that it did. It's just it can end exactly the same way it did in the show. I just hope that it's much more drawn out and more attention is paid to the war with the White Walkers, because that could have been easily 3 seasons of them trying to take back Westeros from the Walkers. But I'd be fine if it ended that way if there was more build up to it. Do you think any of the villains you covered could resist the One Ring or outright conquer it / corrupt it to their own will? I think there's quite a few in S tier who probably could, like Palpatine, Frieza, maybe even Griffith, Ganondorf. Yeah, there's plenty of who could. I do know the Muffin Man. He's great. You are forced to style your beard like someone from your list. Which one will you choose? Who's got a beard? Got a beard? Where we got beards? Where we got lots of beards? Anyone got a beard similar to mine so I don't have to... Yeah, I'll go with Ned. There you go. I'm styling my beard like Ned because it looks pretty close to mine. Thank you for the recommendation, Ali, but from what I saw at a glance, it doesn't look like it's for me. Sorry, I meant for Henry Hill or Nikki Santoro. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure I'll do them eventually, Rain Man. Are you okay? I am okay. I am doing pretty good, actually. Top 3 villain songs. Oh, boy. Let me go to my... Because I have a playlist for some themes and stuff on my personal YouTube account that I've had since like 2005. So one of my favorites is a League of Legends one, and it's Scion's login screen. That's one of my favorites. I actually really enjoyed M. Bison's new theme in Street Fighter 6. And then I really love, what do you call it? My wife just texted me and said to say Hellfire. And Hellfire, yeah, I'll go with Hellfire too. Hellfire, and then I just had one though. Babe, you made me lose it. Hellfire and... Oh, Davy Jones theme. Davy Jones theme I always thought was really good. Davy Jones has a really good theme. Favorite villain I haven't covered on the channel yet? It's so hard for me to remember. Ones that I haven't covered yet. Like ones that I want to cover that I haven't covered yet that are my favorites. Dark Souls characters. Dark Souls characters. I do want to get into FromSoft villains and world building and all that, so I'll say that. Celodio, who knows? Eric Cartman is on hiatus for the foreseeable future. It's just a lot. Have you seen the Italian crime show Gomorrah? I have not. In your opinion, what makes a good anti-hero? Lovable... No, not lovable. What am I saying? Their motivations have to be evil, but not too evil. And you have to be able to sympathize with them and, like, I get it. Like, I would do that too, you know. I think that being able to say that does make a good anti-hero. In your Light Yagami video, you said you think his philosophy is childish, etc. Would you say the same thing for Dexter's philosophy? Would you consider Harry Morgan as evil and worthy of a spot on this? Yeah, I would say... I don't know if I'd say Dexter's philosophy is childish as much as it is misguided and horrific. And yeah, Harry Morgan, he might deserve a spot on this list. When are we getting the Roose Bolton analysis? Asking me when you're getting something is you're going to get the same answer for everything. Someday. Roose Bolton maybe sooner rather than later, but no specific time. Do you think you would do a video on people like Thorfinn who did evil and their stories focus on redemption? So I have a friend, Jimmy, who I don't know if he's watching. He might be. Jimmy has been trying to get me to watch Vinland Saga for like a year now. So, yes, I'm sure I will. I definitely will get to that show in a while. Where was I? Oh, I missed a question, I think. Wait, no, did I? No, I didn't. Have you considered doing a video on Dracula? I have, yes. I have plans for Dracula. So don't worry. There will be Dracula stuff eventually. What's your favorite villain that you haven't covered yet? Again, I'm not too sure. It's hard for... Oh, the Dark Souls ones. That's the one, the answer I gave. 3 questions, but about the same topic. Who's your favorite henchman? Who's your favorite henchman covered so far? And who's a henchman that you think is worthy for their own video in the future? Don't know if I could name one exactly that I know deserves one for a video in the future, but a favorite henchman... Wait. Let me read it again. Who's your favorite henchman? Who's your favorite henchman covered so far? Favorite henchman... Honestly, is his name Smee from Peter Pan? Peter Pan Smee. Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, I love Smee. Smee's cool. Smee's the jolliest little henchman you'll ever see in your life, and he's a fun character. So that's my favorite henchman. But as far as favorite henchman covered so far, I don't know. Can't think of henchmen in particular. Maybe Rabban, however you want to say his name. Or Darth Maul. Or Count Dooku. They're technically henchmen. I don't know. Cool question, though. Do you have a psychology background, or is this for fun? Technically for fun is what I started at. It's why I started the channel. So, no, I do not have a psychology background. Could Family Guy be an exception for your stance on comedies? Maybe, but see, why Cartman is delayed is because it's going to take me so long with 25 seasons, and I could see the same thing happening with Peter or Stewie, but even more so because, like, every episode is different. And I mean, yeah, they're kind of the same character from episode to episode, but I don't know. Probably, maybe, if I'm going to do Cartman, then yeah, maybe. What's your most anticipated upcoming media? Probably Nosferatu. Yeah. If you had to pick one villain in the S+ tier to spend 20 hours with in the same room, who would you trust the most? I don't think Tywin would do anything to me. I think he'd just want to get out. Favorite villain who's equal parts evil and funny? Jack Horner. I think that's a good answer. Hey, Vile. Hello, Ian. I've returned, albeit briefly. Are there any characters in S or S+ tier you would ever want to hang out with? I'd probably go with... Yeah. Bill from Kill Bill or Tywin would probably be a good answer. Yeah, Ali, I'm sorry. you apparently really want me to watch this SMG4 stuff, but it just does not look like something that I would enjoy. It just, at a glance, it's just not something that, I mean, maybe I'll watch a video at some point and see whether or not I'd like it, but it looks, it looks kind of like Skibbity Toilet is the vibe I'm getting from it, and that's something that I'm not really into. If you could live in a villain base / lair, which one would you pick? I don't know. There's a lot of good options. A lot of them have mansions, you know, so any mansion would be good. I don't know. Maybe in Morgoth's Horde. That would be fun. Be pretty cool. Do I think anyone will overtake Morgoth? Maybe. It's possible. I just don't know quite yet. Dennis from Jurassic Park with evil or just greedy? Just greedy. Where would the judge rank on the list if he were strictly a man? Probably in S tier somewhere. Like, just lower in, probably lower in S+ tier somewhere. He's still pretty bad, even if he was just a man. If you could go anywhere in the world for vacation, where would you go? To actually, like, relax and enjoy myself, any kind of beach, because I do like relaxing on the beach, so like Hawaii or something. But I've always wanted to travel to like Central Asia and explore that part of the world. What's your personal thoughts on Mr. House's philosophy? I mean, it's self-serving and greedy, and I wouldn't recommend it. I don't like it. Not for me. Not something I would abide by, that's for sure. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Love your channel. My pleasure. Have a great weekend. You too. Thank you. What is your favorite serial killer character in popular media? I actually liked the Trinity killer quite a lot. Like, he had a lot of layers to him, but if you count Norman Bates as a serial killer, then it's Norman Bates, because I love Psycho. Excuse me. Sorry. What place of media that you have covered was the most convoluted? Longlegs. Franklin Saint should be on this list. Well, Mr. Frog, I haven't done a video on Franklin Saint yet, so he's not. But I might be doing one on him soon. Who knows? Which villain has the most unique motivation and philosophy, in your opinion? I don't know. I don't know. I guess Am is pretty unique, wanting to torture people for all time just because it's sad, it's pissed off that it's alive. I don't know. That's a tough one. Which is more important for you, the character's motivations or the damage he causes? Motivation, typically, but if damage can outweigh motivation. So, yeah, motivation, typically. Will I be covering evil people from throughout history in the future? Yes, I will at 5, at some point. What's your opinion on ends justify the means? Life, for example, is extremely evil, but reduced crime by 70% and ended wars, which means many lives are saved, and IMO justifies his actions, but not him. So, Light is an interesting case, because he didn't put much thought into his killing all criminals thing. It was just a very blanket, not statement, blanket, thing he was trying to do. I don't even know what the word I'm trying to come up with here. Ends justify the means sometimes. It depends on the situation, but I do not agree that his ends justify the means. Not at all. And if you would like to find out why, I suggest you watch the video. Is Barrius still the next real person you intend to cover? I remember, yes, I did say that, and yes, that is true. I would like to cover Barrius first. I'm forced to go to prom with one of the ladies. Which one would I choose? Ladies of the list, going to prom. If I never had to see her again afterwards, I'd go with Amy Dunn. Do you ever think about what great people many of these villains could have been if they hadn't committed their malicious acts or been led astray by their ideologies? I do, yeah. And I even mention that sometimes in videos. It's very unfortunate, you know. The thing to always remember when looking at like a villain or a criminal, like in real life too, is you don't just decry what they've done and condemn them for what they've done. You lament... You should also lament the fact that this was a person. This is a person, right? And at one point, that person was a child, like we all were. And at the end of the day, we're all technically the same children we were when we were children. We've grown, though, and now we're different people, but it is incredibly sad when a person becomes evil, because that means whatever good they could have done for the world or whatever positive type of person they could have been is totally gone, and it's... You should feel sad that one of your brothers and sisters has been reduced to that point, you know? You don't excuse what they've done or anything like that, but they are a person, and it's sad that they became a person like that, you know? I would not wish any person to become evil, you know? Who is your favorite antagonist from any of the Soulsborne games? Favorite? I think Seath's story is really cool and interesting, so I'm gonna go with Seath. Do an analyzing evil on Blackman. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And I don't know how to. How do I do things where I kick you out? I don't know. Whatever. We'll just ignore that. Is this your full-time job now? It is. You think I'd be a good psychologist? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've actually thought about that ever since doing these videos. I'm like, oh, maybe that was something a path I could have taken in life. What's your all-time favorite movie? I don't know. It changes often. I'll say Tetsuo the Iron Man. I love that movie. I like the comic book governor beside Ramsay. That was a perfect placement. Well, the list has been made, and it is what it is. I think the governor being where he is actually pretty good. Oh, you said comic governor. Sorry. Comic governor being next to Ramsay? Where is Ramsay? Oh, yeah, I could see that. But him being next to David makes sense too. But I see what you're talking about. Have you watched The Future Diary? I have not. Which A+ tier villain would you survive in a fight for 1 minute? Noah Cross? I mean, he's an old man. Got him beat. Easy. Have you ever seen Justified? I have not, but I have seen a lot of requests for Boyd Crowder. I'm sure he'll have an episode at some point. Like everyone else. Could you search an image Bastion from X-Men on the internet? And he looks handsome and attractive. I'm sorry I am a bore, but I'm not gonna show you the stream your pick for attractive comic character. Aside from biblical devil-inspired characters like Morgoth or embodiment of evil characters, who would you put at the top of the list by weight of their crimes? Generally Dark Lords, like Frieza, Palpatine, Ganondorf. Dark Lords are typically the worst, next to the embodiment of evil. Did Jack Torrance need the hotel to become evil? Yeah, I think so. I don't think he was that... He was a bad person in a few different ways before becoming to the hotel, but I don't think he was evil. What was your opinion on Dexter's ending? It sucked. It was just not good. New Blood was okay. New Blood's ending was alright, but the original was like, okay, this is getting to be a little much. Would you ever cover real-world villains? Yes, I would cover real-world villains. I plan on it someday. I am sorry that comment offended you, Ali, but I don't really want to watch a funny comedy series that has Mario doing stupid things. I'm sorry, but it's just not what I would like to watch. I don't know what more to say to you about that. If you keep bringing it up, I might have to mute you because I don't want to watch it. I'm sorry. Did you like Arcane Season 2? I haven't seen it yet. Can you maybe give us a small hint of a villain that's coming next month that's not patron or Christmas theme? No. No, I can't. Did you... Wait. Oops, looks like I said the exact same question as somebody else. Oh, that's okay. What is a movie that you watched that you like but is considered one of the worst of all time? Oh. Some of the crappy comedy movies, like, I remember liking Master of Disguise and Pluto Nash back in the day. But now that I'm older, I'm not a kid anymore, I might hate them, so I'm not sure. Can you do Lich? Yes, eventually I will do the Lich. Are you an old 30-something soul? I've been an old soul for a long time, so yes. Favorite way that a villain eventually got what was coming to them? There was one that stood out. Who was it? It was recent. Where I was like, yes, that needed to happen. I don't really remember, but I know there was one. If a story primarily has morally gray / evil characters, what differentiates covering the whole story or individual characters? It just depends on how much of the world / story influences what the character does. Like, for example, Mouthwashing, it didn't seem appropriate to just talk about Jimmy when everything in that world, like, everything that happened in that story was a result of Pony Express's terrible business practices. So when I read or watch something and I see that it's like, yeah, this organization, entity, whatever, is really responsible for making this character into who they are, then I factor that in. It just all depends. Every story is different. I could watch 20 or read or play 20 things from this point on, and all of them might just have a character to do, or it might be the whole thing. It just depends. Would you rather be a DeMeo crime family member or a Peaky Blinder, part of the Barksdale organization, or part of the Gilverse cartel? I don't know what the Gilverse cartel is, but I think a DeMeo family member would be more cushy, so that one. Hi there, you look great. Why you went bald? Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that, but why did I go bald? I have no idea. My dad went bald when he was 27, and then I went bald when I was 15, so maybe in our family it just kind of accelerates. Maybe my grandpa went bald when he was like 45, and then my dad got it at 27, and then 15 for me. So if I ever had a kid, he might go bald at 8. Who knows? But, yeah. Let's see. I know Megatron isn't here yet, but do you have a favorite version of the character you wish to analyze? I've only seen Megatron in the, like the newer movies, so I couldn't say. Do you think Mikami and Misa Amane were just as evil as Light Yagami? Not just as evil, but kind of close. Are you creepypasta something you'd ever consider making videos on? Yeah, probably. Have you thought about doing any villain from the Boys / Invincible Worlds? I have. I'm just waiting for the show to finish. In the Dio video, you bring up his hardships growing up, but Speedwagon mentions that Dio is not an unfortunate victim of circumstance, but he was born evil. What do you make of that? Yeah, Speedwagon, I mean, maybe he was, because, you know, he had those marks, and he said, like, those marks mean that he, or I think, no, his Asian subordinate, I forget his name, he said that the poison seller, the poison merchant, he said the marks on Dio's neck means he was born with the devil's luck or something like that. Speedwagon said he was born evil. I think that was just an assumption he made, but looking at his character, and what he went through, I don't think he was. I think his dad had a lot to do with him becoming evil. Do you know of any characters whose motivation is, I sacrifice the most so I deserve the most mentality and aims to sacrifice more by doing evil deeds? I think, seems like Thanos is the closest to that, but I don't really know anyone like that, no. Unless my memory's failing me. How does Euron Greyjoy's pursuit of power contrast with Daenerys and Melisandre in exploring ambition and corruption? Euron's seems to come from just a place of pure selfishness. So when exploring ambition and corruption, for him, you have to kind of just... It falls into the realm of, like, he's just doing whatever he wants to because he wants to. So it's a different conversation when you're talking about him compared to Daenerys and Melisandre. If that answers your question. I don't know if that was a sufficient answer, but yeah. Have you watched any of Gaspar Noé's movies? Maybe, but I don't think so. Who was the more competent leader? Cersei Lannister, I think, was more competent. Probably don't have an answer for this, but what villains do you plan on doing in the future? I do not have an answer for that, but many and just a lot. Shinji killed everyone. Doesn't it make him evil? Shinji. Oh, from NGA? Neon Genesis Evangelion. NG. Neon Genesis NGE. Okay, NGE. Yeah, yes. It's been a minute. Been a minute since I've seen it. Maybe. What are my opinions on the YouTuber JJ Plagiarism? I don't have one. What do you think makes someone evil? Sorry if the question is too broad. So I've talked about it in a few different videos. The root of all evil, in my view, is selfishness. In every evil act you look at, you can find that the person doing it is doing it for a selfish reason, in one way or another. And being selfish is not inherently evil, but all evil is selfish, if that makes sense. Are you excited to see Dexter Original Sins? Yes, it should be pretty cool. What time is it? Okay, we're gonna do... Let's see here. If I close this, because we've been doing this for a while. Now, I'm gonna do this real quick. You guys can still ask me questions and stuff, but I think we're gonna just move to a more... Ugh, can I do this or what? I'm just gonna copy these because I don't know if I close this. Man, you guys keep asking stuff, so... No, that's not what I want to do. Leave me alone. Let me... End Q&A. Oh, I don't want to hit end Q&A if it just closes it. I'm not sure. I don't know about this stuff. Let me just copy this real quick, and we're going to go hit end. Okay. Okay, I ended the Q&A, but can I see it still? No. See? That's why I knew I shouldn't have ended it. Man. But can I just do this? No. That's... Alright, I'm ending the Q&A, guys, because we're just sitting here doing this forever, and I don't... Oh, hold on. Let me get this out. Nope. You guys can't see that. That's my Microsoft Office. And, I don't know. I don't know if I have anything there I do not want to reveal just quite yet. But you can see this document I just opened. Come on. There we go. Let me finish answering the questions that were there before I close it out. And then we'll just kind of talk. And you guys can still ask me questions, but I don't know. I wanna give you guys more opportunity to just talk than just ask me questions. Am I excited to see Dexter Original Sins? Yes, I am. Is there any villains you didn't like to cover because of how horrible they are? I think Judge Holden's great, but so bad I don't like reading about him. I generally have a strong constitution / stomach, so most things don't get to me, so I don't really have a problem with reading or watching most things. Do you genuinely think Lalo Salamanca is worse than Micah Bell? I honestly just don't see that. He's nicer, genuinely cares for his family, he's done at least some good things to people. I mean, why is he? Let me guess. Micah's lower than Lalo. I don't know. I think Lalo might be worse, actually. It's been a minute. Oops. But I think Lalo still might be worse. I do think I genuinely think that. I'd have to go back and watch his character again, though. In action. Have you ever seen or read a villain that is straight up an embodiment of a philosophy or depression? Probably. Probably. Do you plan to analyze Francis Underwood from someday? Yes. Okay, Ali. I'm sorry. I'm done with the SMG4 stuff. Jack Lucas, who is your favorite villain from each tier? Favorite villain from each tier, huh? Palpatine. As in, you know, S+, that's my favorite in S+. Jeremiah Sand might actually be my favorite in S. I love Mandy. And then A+ tier, Tony. Where's Tony? Tony Soprano. A tier is Tuco. Not Tuco Salamanca. Tuco from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. B tier would be Colonel Kurtz. C tier would be probably Doc Ock. D tier, Leatherface. And ambiguous tier, we'll go with the Spiral. Okay. Couple more questions to get through here. Are you interested in covering more Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul? Yes, I am. What villain would you like to see Dexter against, assuming the conflict is a plot-driven season? Anton Chigurh. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, sorry. I'm waiting for the boys to finish, and if Invincible isn't finished, then also that. Hey, Vile, this is one last question, but there's an alternative. Did you know SNG4's company creators made Glitch, an indie animation company? Do Analyzing Evil for Murder Drones or Meta Runner both completed? That's cool. I might look into them someday. Who's the most evil villain, Scooby-Doo villain? I don't know. Couldn't begin to answer that question. You can expect an episode on Eisen, I just can't tell you when. Have you ever thought of doing a collab with Binging with Babbage? That'd be funny. Yeah, we do look pretty similar. I also look a lot like the Vsauce guy. I used to, especially with my glasses. Vsauce Michael here. Do you plan on to eventually cover villains from the Transformers franchise? Yes. Would you ever cover animal villains, like the shark from Jaws? Probably not. Just because I don't think they're evil, they're just animals. Have I ever played Dead by Daylight? I have not. And that would be cool. Maybe I'll mention it whenever I do that. Cover characters that are in that game. Do you know anything about Brandon Sander's universe? If yes, have you ever given thought to making a video on one of the main trilogy's villains? I read some of The Way of Kings. Actually, I read all of The Way of Kings, and I know a lot of people love Brandon Sanderson, but I think I read another one of his books. I just don't really like his style too much. Not my favorite. But if enough people request it, I will make a video on Brandon Sanderson stuff. Who is your favorite Hannibal actor? Definitely Anthony Hopkins. No question about it. No question about it. But anyway, that was the little Q&A. We did that for quite a while. So now we can just kind of hang out, guys, for a little bit, if you'd like to. Let's see here. Where did my chat thing go? The old man is losing his mind again. Pop it out. There we go. Are you Jewish? you don't mind me asking. I am not Jewish, but I'm close. I'm Arabic, so not too far off the mark. Let me just go scroll here. Megatron video when? No idea. Jonkler video already done. Have you considered doing an analytic goods? I have, but I'm not gonna. Not right now, at least. Loves them a lot more. Can you? Yep. And a super think. Good evening, Mr. Vile. While you do analyze villains and rank them, do you plan on analyzing anti-heroes, heroes, and ranking them? Sincerely, I have done some anti-heroes and ranked them, and thank you very much for the $10, Sir Gumby. I have done some anti-heroes, and they're on the list, and they're on the channel too. So yes, I do anti-heroes, but in heroes, I'm not gonna do heroes just yet. I know it's Arcane Jinx, but she has an interesting character development. She does have an interesting character development, and I haven't seen Arcane Season 2 yet, so I'll have to see where her character goes. But yeah, she's pretty interesting. And thank you. I'm glad you like my voice. I have not heard of the manga Golden Kamui. Kenny from Telltales. Who's my favorite anti-villain? Probably Ozymandias. He's not on the list. The stepdad is not on the list. Happy holidays to you too. I have not seen the Smile movies, but I've heard they're good. And I'll probably make a video on them at some point. And Kiki, no, Arabs and Jews are not the same thing, but they are pretty close, is what I was saying. Like, he asked if I was Jewish, and a Jewish, especially like someone from Israel, they're going to look a lot like an Arab, you know? So if someone was like, oh, are you Hebrew? It's a fair question, because Arabs and Jews do look a lot alike sometimes. So, but yes, no, they're not the same. What do you guys think is an unredeemable action? Lots of things. Yes, I would consider Rockstar characters. I was sad to hear about the Cormac McCarthy anecdotes that have been... Cormac McCarthy anecdotes, I haven't read anything about it. Cormac McCarthy doing anything, so I am not sure. Not on the high evolutionary ego. So, guys, I'm going to say it one more time, but I'm probably going to have to say it 10 more times, unfortunately. Just because I know people are coming in and you guys want your characters picked, but please don't give me video suggestions or ask me when I'm going to do someone, okay? Because the answer is always going to be the same. I'll do them eventually, all right? A Jewish person has faith. Kiki, I'm okay. I don't know if you were the one who asked, but I wasn't trying to offend anyone here. Someone had a question. If it was you who asked the question, I'm sorry if I misinterpreted your question. But Jewish is a faith. You're right. I guess if someone had asked me, you were the one. No, you were not the one. Where is it? Where's the person who asked me the question? Are you Jewish? Pario asked me if I was Jewish. Jewish can be the faith. Most people think of the faith, but Jewish... Okay, I'm glad you're not offended. It just seemed like you were there for a second. All I was saying is that Hebrew people from Israel, specifically, they look a lot like Arabs. And they just do. They're from the same region. They look a lot similar. So when he asked if I was Jewish, I thought he was asking that because, you know, Hebrews and Arabs look very similar to each other. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying they were the same. I'm just saying we look a lot alike each other. So I understand why he would ask if I was Jewish, or she, or they. Let's see here. Are there any popular requests you refuse to do? No, not that I've seen so far. I don't know how to do that. There we go. Let's see here. What is the hardest video made? I said it before. Longlegs was the hardest one. Okay, what was the highest placeability thing? Who can Jimmy successfully defend in court? The highest placed one. Successfully defend in court? Actually, I think he could have got Max Cady off. He probably could have done that. Let's see here. In the mind of a villain guy. Who's the in the mind of a villain guy? In the mind of a villain. Who is that? Oh, I've never seen this guy. I don't know. Maybe. I've never really collaborated with anybody, but it seems like he makes videos similar to me. Possibly. Okay, you know, I should have asked you guys too. Didn't know you did lives. I do lives occasionally, just for the tier lists. But I did have an idea last time for us to like play a game together or something. I don't know if that's possible though. There's a lot of people in here, and that'd be really hard. But what would you guys prefer? Let's use our handy dandy poll feature. I closed the Q&A, but if you guys want me to sit here and answer questions for maybe until 4, I will do that. But what do you guys want to do? Find a way for us to play a game or do something together. Keep going with a Q. Where's the ampersand? There. And A. Must continue. There we go. Another super thing from Camino Life. Thank you very much, Camino. Hi, Viola. I want to say I'm a really big fan of your work, and I hope you keep doing remasters, videos, and new villains in the future. Love your work. I absolutely will, and thank you for being a fan, Camino, and I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. So I put a little Q and poll up there. See what you guys want to do for the rest of the stream. Did I know I've covered over 30 serial killers? I did not know that. Have I ever eaten a horse? No, I have not. I heard a horse is actually good though. It's people eat it a lot in Central Asia, like Kazakhstan, Mongolia. I wouldn't say Mongolia. Well, they do eat it quite a lot. I don't know about a lot. Anyway, they eat it over there. Central Asia, horses eaten fair more amount than it is over here. But yeah, I have not eaten horse yet. I might someday though. Yeah, I might consider talking about Al Capone and how he was how he compared in real life compared to his Boardwalk Empire character. Yes. Your wife asked if I ever do Analyzing Good. Maybe someday. I've thought about it. I just got my hands full with villains. There's so many villains to cover. So many. Who's my least favorite villain I've covered? I don't know. I don't really rank those characters I've covered based on how much I didn't like them. And funnily enough, almost actually everything that I've covered so far I've enjoyed. So yeah, I don't think there's anyone that I particularly despise. How did you come across Colos? Oh, I stop it with the thing. I came across the My Stepdad parody because like the moment it was posted, someone posted it in my Discord, so I got there real quick. Firefly wants me to narrate for you guys real quick. What do you want me to say, Firefly? Type something and I'll say it. Who's your favorite villain? Palpatine is my favorite villain. See ya, Space Monkey. Thanks for coming by. What music do I like? I like so many different things and stuff that isn't... I mean, the closest thing I like that's like mainstream is like 80s music. But I actually have not ever been able to follow lyrics very well when it comes to music. So I've always ended up listening to stuff in like other languages or instrumentals and things like that. So it's hard to pin down exactly what my music taste is. If we play a game, what could we play? I have no idea. Looks like 52% of you want to play a game. I've heard of Gartic Phone. Male pattern baldness, analyzing evil. Maybe some, but I don't think those guys became evil because of their baldness. You have any favorite YouTubers? Yeah, I like Vati Vidya. Alt Shift X is cool. I like some Pokemon YouTubers, various ones. I like a whole bunch. I don't know. Have you read Reverend Insanity? Worst, most poorly written. What about... I don't know who the worst, most poorly written villain in fiction is. His personality, Palpatine. No problem, Elijah. Thank you for stopping by and moderating too. But Palpatine, it's the lore, it's his motives, it's his personality, his powers, the way he dresses, his laugh. Love it. Love it all. What are you watching, reading, playing at the moment? So I actually just finished... actually just got all the achievements in Sparking Zero. So I've been playing Sparking Zero recently. But as far as watching and reading stuff and all that fun jazz, I just stuff for videos, you know? Lots of stuff for videos. Movie trivia. Oh, we could do movie trivia. We could play a trivia game. I know that Gartic Phone thing is fun. We could play League of Legends if any of you guys play League. Yeah, no. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. What is the most annoying cliche about a villain you hate? I don't know. I don't really keep in mind stuff about things that I hate. So I don't know. Have I seen the movie Annihilation? No. I have not. I don't even know what it is. So it's about 50-50 with a game and a continue the Q&A. So I'm going to ask now, because I don't know what we could play. You guys throw some ideas in for stuff that we could all play together, or like I could play, like I could put on the screen and we can all have fun with together, like movie trivia, someone says, or something. And we can figure it out. Do you believe objects can be evil? If they're sentient objects, then yeah, but otherwise, no. What is the single most evil action you've analyzed from a villain? I don't know. There's a few where it's like they're going to destroy the whole world or universe. So any of those villains, those would be the ones. You can see collaborating successfully, or at least alliance for the longest time before backstabbing. The Baron and Zorg would probably get along for quite a while, making money for each other. Oh, very cool, Joey. I hope you enjoy it. It's quite the read. It should be. You should enjoy it. It's a good book. Have I seen Gangs of London? I have not. Who is your favorite Dragon Ball villain? My favorite Dragon Ball villain, and it's if I'm talking about like for their story and stuff, it's probably Frieza. I do like Frieza. But my favorite Dragon Ball character in general is Turles from the Tree of Might movie. And it's specifically because of his finisher in some of the fighting games. Like, it was in Raging Blast 2, and they actually put it in Sparking Zero. I love his ultimate move. It's just so brutal. So brutal. Let's see. Can I say we can't beat them? We can't beat them. I don't know if that's how you wanted me to say it, but that's how I said it. And I didn't see Firefly if you typed something out for me to write. I know you wanted me to say something in my narration voice. I have not played Dead by Daylight. Please watch Gotta Hear It in Your Voice, Man. We can't beat them. I think that's pretty close. It's kind of hard to do a one-off line like that. How tired am I? I've been at it for 4 hours. Not very. I'm usually sitting here all day doing stuff anyway on the computer, watching movies, reading stuff, writing scripts. So it's just another day for me, really. We did that 12-hour stream, almost 13-hour stream a while back. Now, that was a little much. I'm not going that far. Okay, we're gonna get you out of here. Because you're just saying some off-the-wall stuff there, Carlos. Great list. Frieza, what do you think highest go if he had to rearrange? Great list, but Dio has got to be below Frieza. He is below Frieza. What do you think is the highest he could go if he had to rearrange him? Dio could probably be... he could probably go below, like, Shodan if you really wanted him to, but I wouldn't put him that high. I did enjoy the film. Longlegs was pretty good. Emperor Pilaf would be funny. Besides the Senate, who's your favorite villain in Star Wars? Palpatine, Nihilus. Those are the two. Say Fire and Ice by Robert Frost. Oh, you want me to read this? Okay. And James, I read Baraska. Okay. Let me read this for you real quick. Some say the world will... What is with my voice? It's probably because I've been talking for so long. Some say the world will end in fire. Some say in ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those who favor fire. But if it had to perish twice... That's all you wrote, so that's all I'm reading. I think I know enough of hate to know that for destruction, ice is also great and would suffice. There we go. Play Baldi's Basics. It's the most chaotic chat you've ever seen. Interesting. Well, that was my voice, guys. So there you go. And actually, you know what? Since someone asked me about my favorite Dragon Ball villain, and since I said what was my favorite villain just because of one specific thing, I'm gonna show you that one specific thing just because I have the game and we're just chatting. So why not? Why not? Why not we break out Sparking Zero real quick and I'll show you guys the best finisher in a Dragon Ball game ever. And the reason why this character is my favorite. Look, there's even my name on Steam. If you guys want to add me. I am Turles on Steam as well because I've been Turles on Steam since like 2011. That's how much I like the character. I have heard of Cormac McCarthy's other works. I do like Street Fighter. My friend, actually, my best friend, he got me into Street Fighter and Tekken recently. It's pretty cool. By the way, I suck at this game, so if you guys want to see me go online, I can, but I'm not going to do very good, that's for sure. I do want to just show you, just so you know, just why I love Turles' finisher so much and why he's my favorite Dragon Ball character.
Okay, I'm gonna give this one my best shot.
Rip Toriyama indeed. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, looks like I was trying out Janemba and stuff. And Kui. Where are you, Turles? There you are.
Let's play.
And what do we got over here? Yeah, we'll just do that. Alright. Oh, cool, Elijah. Sounds good. Yeah, Street Fighter 6 was my first Street Fighter, and I'm a Jamie main. So, and Tekken 8 was my first Tekken, and I love Feng Wei. I know he's broken, but his character's so damn cool. I love Feng so much. Okay, so let me show you Turles' finisher. Oh, why is he auto blocking? Okay. One sec. Let me just. There we go. Alright, now I can get in sparking mode, and we'll do his move. Alright. Here's why Turles is my favorite character in Dragon Ball. This right here. So cool. It's just so cool. That's it. That's the whole reason. That Turles is my favorite character in Dragon Ball. That finisher move. Kid Buu is your favorite villain? Kid Buu is cool. Ultra Instinct Turles when? I wish. I wish. Yeah, it's in the movie. It's in the movie. Yes, I've become the gamer eye now. Oh, well, thank you, Macabre Maven. I am glad to hear you fangirl. Well, I'm glad to see you fangirling and telling me you watch and rewatch my videos all the time. That's awesome. Have I considered making a video on Sheogorath? Yeah, I'd make one on Sheogorath. Sheogorath is fun. Yeah, I don't know if you guys want me to keep playing Sparking Zero, but we can stop with this. And then the donut. You gotta have the donut. Boom. Didn't do anything because I messed up, but yeah, I definitely don't have to keep doing this. I just wanted to show you guys that. That is one of my one of my favorite moves in a game ever. What was that move? Oh yeah, I think this is definitely. I mean, it's got its issues, like, and they said they made it not with competitive in mind. So this game is definitely not good for competitive play, but I think it's awesome for just as a Dragon Ball game. It's really fun. Would you say Babidi is worse than Frieza? Maybe. Maybe I would. Babidi is pretty bad. But Frieza is the Emperor of the Universe. So I don't know. But Boo might have been... If Boo had been able to do what he could do, he might have been worse than Frieza. And as the enabler of Boo, then Babidi is probably... might be worse than Frieza. Do you like SCP, the SCP Foundation? I've heard of it, but no, I've never like read any SCP stuff. Umbridge would be a great video. I'm gonna make one on her eventually, that's for sure. Mind game between Lecter and Johann? Probably Lecter. Have you considered analyzing other Dragon Ball villains? Yes, I have. Who is the worst person you've met? I don't know. I've met a lot of pretty interesting and not so good people, so I don't know who the worst I've met is, though. But anyway, I did do that poll earlier. If you guys want to keep answering questions, or if you guys want to play a game or something, we can even, we can even do a game off stream or something if you guys, if everyone's not into watching me or a couple people play a game. Am I going to watch the Sonic movie 3? Probably. I do not know what Gilliam's 12 Monkeys are. I do not watch, or I have not seen or read One Piece. I watched a few episodes on Toonami back in the day, but I haven't really watched or read anything recently. Akinator. Oh no, GT's cool. Baby's a cool villain. If Tony Soprano was given a second chance and placed back in season 1, what would he do differently? Probably not kill Matt. And probably not kill Ralph. And I think those are those two things would have made his life a lot different, that's for sure. Good night, it's Chris. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Oh, there's plenty of bad people in the world, Logan, so I'm sure. Dune versus Star Wars versus Lauder, which has the most evil? Star Wars has many more evil characters, so maybe Star Wars. Yeah, no, I've never heard of 12 Monkeys. Even with that army, I don't know what that is. Ever do... Yes, I will. Imperion. Have you escaped League of Legends yet? Nope. I played a game of League before I started streaming. Okay? Guilty. Kill me now. Movie trivia? I think movie trivia would work. Oh yeah, I've played Akinator before. I just wanted to try and do something we could do together. Let's see if there's a cool movie trivia website. We'll do it for another like 30 minutes or so, and then we'll end the stream. Movie trivia. Oh, we could go BuzzFeed. Movie trivia game. Oscar-worthy movie trivia quiz from the Encyclopedia Britannica? Okay. That's interesting. I have not seen that movie. Kuro. Top of S Plus for playing League? Yeah, agreed. Agreed, Callan. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. All right, let's see how this Encyclopedia Britannica Oscar movie. What is this? In honor of his first full-length animated film, Walt Disney was presented with what kind of special Oscar? Well, it had to be a deer, right? Wait, no. No, it was no. Which one? Oh, there's a delay on the stream. And the timer. Okay, hold on. We're going to turn the timer off. Okay. No timer because there's a delay. What's the answer here? Don't look it up, guys. Don't look up the answer. We want to try and figure this out. Now, if I remember correctly, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was the first Disney movie, right? So I'm thinking a regular-sized Oscar and 7 smaller ones. Do you think Saul Goodman would successfully defend Waystar Royco? Yeah, probably. He probably would. I saw Gladiator 2, and I thought it was pretty cool. Macronus was great. And Spec Ops The Line, I've seen that requested quite a lot, so I'm sure I will. Oh, did I say it wrong this time? Is it Kalin? Cal-in? I don't know. Snow White was the very first. Well, yeah, Mickey was the first, like, cartoon, but I think Snow White was the first movie. So I'm going to say... Oh, there we go. See? There we go. It was a regular-sized Oscar and 7 smaller ones. Oscar statues are made of solid gold. Is that true or is that false? A mouse-shaped Oscar would be appropriate, that's for sure. Oh, whoops, the music stopped playing. My bad, guys. I didn't even realize. We can go back to it. False. False, they're not made of solid gold. Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. That seems a little too pricey. What do we got here? The first time a woman won the Academy Award for directing was for which movie? Oh, man. I don't even know. I wouldn't even begin to know. Let's see if some of the film buffs in the chat can help us out here. Kalin. Okay, Kalin, I got you. You're welcome. You're welcome, Caitlin. Anybody have an idea for this? Because I don't know. Is the Hurt Locker? Okay. You guys were right. It was the Hurt Locker. One of the Oscars' most memorable mix-ups. What movie was mistakenly announced as the 2016 Best Picture instead of the real winner, Moonlight? Was it The Shape of Water? I vaguely remember it being The Shape of Water. Do I? Oh, I can't change the latency. Unfortunate. Was it La La Land? Ooh, we just got it split between Spotlight and La La Land. La La Land. Okay. It was La La Land. With more than 20 and counting, who holds the record for most Academy Award acting nominations? Meryl Streep? No. Jack Nicholson. No, Al Pacino. No, Katharine Hepburn. It's one of those four. I bet you anything it's one of those four. We got one for Al Pacino. Got one for Meryl Streep. Al Pacino seems like we've narrowed it down to 4 options. Yes, we have. Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that. Okay, we got a lot of Pacinos. Let's see. It was Meryl Streep. I had a feeling it was Meryl Streep. She's such a good actress. 2 different actors have won Academy Awards for playing what comic book character? The Joker. It's got to be the Joker, right? It's got to be Joaquin Phoenix and Heath Ledger, right? Or is it? Yeah, Joker. Yeah, I think so too. Yep. There we go. Perhaps best known for films like Taxi Driver, Goodfellas, and Raging Bull, Martin Scorsese won his first directing Oscar for what film? Whoa, first directing Oscar? I don't know. Is it The Departed? I was thinking The Departed. Okay. That's what I was thinking too. Alright. You guys were right. Good job. Very good. Oh God. Shortly after being slapped by Will Smith on stage during the 94th Academy Awards ceremony, presenter Chris Rock said, "That's gotta be illegal, right? That was the greatest night in the history of television. This was not an act, folks. Get back here, G.I. Joe. Now it's my turn." Oh, okay. Was it the illegal part? Was it him saying it was illegal, or was it the greatest night in the history of television? It was not... I don't know. See, I don't know what the answer is to this one, but that's hilarious. The 4th option is hilarious. That's funny. Not an act. 2. Alright, we're gonna go with the greatest night. Okay, it was the greatest night. Okay, I thought that was it. Cool. Who was nominated for Best Original Screenplay and Best Actor in 1977, and then nominated again in 2016 for playing the same character? Wait. 77. 77. Playing the same character. 77. It's got to be Harrison Ford or Sylvester Stallone, right? Because I don't think these Al Pacino or Robert De Niro played and reprised the role of a character in that many years later. Harrison Ford or Stallone, right? Stallone. Yeah, we'll say. Oh, what's Stallone? Was nominated for his portrayal of the titular boxer in the film Rocky. Nearly 40 years later, he was... Oh, for Creed. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Because I was like, okay, it's either got to be Stallone or Ford, because I don't see De Niro or Pacino having reprised any roles like that. But I know, you know, there was in that Crystal Skull one, Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. But I don't think he was nominated for Best Original Screenplay or Actor for that one. What TV or movie had you on the edge of your seat the most? For me, it had to be the stealth scene between Nacho and Hector near the shootout the shootout in No Country. Probably all of Come and See, Kenneth. Whew, what a movie. Excluding elements like overtures and intermissions, what Best Picture winner is the longest ever, clocking in at just under 4 hours? Lawrence of Arabia? Is Lawrence of Arabia that long? I know Titanic isn't 4 hours long, is it? I don't know if Harrison Ford's ever been nominated for anything. Lawrence? You guys think it's Lawrence? I think it's Lawrence too, because I don't think Titanic's 4 hours long. Yep, it was Lawrence. 3 hours and 42 minutes for Lawrence. Wow. 2014, John Travolta infamously introduced what person as the wickedly talented one and only Adele Dazeem? I don't know. I have no idea. Just because you want it to be? Yeah, I want it to be. I want the Lord of the Rings to be 20 hours long. But what do you guys think about this one? Because I have no idea. I don't even get this question. We got one for Adina, or two people saying Adina. Okay, we're gonna go with that answer then. Interesting performance of Let It Go. Oh, okay. Makes sense. But he flubbed her name. Oh, okay. He got Adele Dazeem from Idina Menzel. Interesting. Wow, that's pretty interesting. What actor won back-to-back Best Oscars in 94 and 95? It gotta be Tom Hanks, right? It's gotta be Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks was the king of the 90s. Like, he was in so many good things in the 90s. I mean, Kevin Costner was too, but I would say Tom Hanks, right? It's gotta be Tom Hanks. Tim Honks. Tim Honks agreed. Yeah. Oh yeah, see. It had to have been 94 and 95. Those are prime Tom Hanks years right there. Which of these films is one of only 3 to win all the big 5 categories? Ooh. Oh, ooh. Whoa, it could be any of these, honestly. What do you guys think? I'm leaning more towards Silence of the Lambs or Titanic. But Gladiator or Forrest Gump could be in it too. You're welcome, JPK. And you will see many more, that's for sure. Gump or Titanic? Ooh, this is going to be a shot in the dark. Titanic is the... Okay, we got Titanic mostly. So let's say Titanic. It was Silence of the Lambs. I had a feeling. Claire, I mean, Best Picture, Director, Screenplay, Actor, and Actress. I mean, Jodie Foster was great as Clarice. Hannah, you know, Anthony Hopkins as Hannibal. Makes sense. Screenplay was fantastic. Directed well. Best Picture, I'd definitely see that. Yeah. A movie has won all 4 acting awards. We just answered that. Oh, acting awards. Okay, I don't know. What a hard question, J City. I don't even know where to begin with that one. Yeah. It's so hard to pick between Tombstone or Unforgiven. But what do you think? Has a movie won all 4 before? It's true. We got 1 true. No. We'll go no. Okay, apparently not. Apparently not. In what memorable way did Marlon Brando refuse to accept his Oscar for his portrayal of Don Vito Corleone? I know the answer to this one, actually. So let's see if you guys know. Which one of these do you think is the right answer? Some of them I'm sure Ali, but not all of them, that's for sure. Read the credits. Saw number 1 from Keyclove. Thank you for the $2, Heavy J. I appreciate it. Martin Riggs in the future. I don't know who that is, but my philosophy is if they're evil, I'll cover them eventually, so probably. So, it is the last one. They'll say it right here, but Sasheen Littlefeather. She went up and took it for him, and instead of delivering like a speech, like a thank you speech, she talked about the problems, you know, that indigenous communities were facing. Yeah, one of Marlon Brando's more famous rebellious acts of many that he's done. Originally designed to resemble a knight, the Oscar statue holds what object? Is this a sword, right? What ad block am I using? Oh, on Firefox I have ad block, just ad block. I think it's just called ad block. Yeah. Ad block plus. Yeah, sword. I thought so. I see only one answer for sword, but I'm pretty sure it's a sword. I don't remember seeing a shield, a helmet, or a chalice in the Oscar statue's hands, so. Which of these movies does not share the record for winning the most Academy Awards? Either E.T. or Lord of the Rings, I would think. Oh, they're making a biopic about Marlon Brando? Cool. That'll be cool. I'm gonna go with either E.T. or is it E.T.? E.T. Okay. Yeah. I figured Return of the King did sweep the Oscars, but I don't know. I felt like it could have been one of them. In 1938, the audience at the Academy Awards was delighted when Charlie McCarthy was presented with an honorary Oscar that was appropriately made of... Charlie McCarthy. Charlie McCarthy. I don't know the answer to this one, and I don't know... remember who Charlie McCarthy is. E.T. for Atari S Plus? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Jeno. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to be one of your favorites. Have I seen Sicario? Yes, I love Sicario. It was an amazing movie. That's a great movie. We got candy or wood so far. Yeah. Let's just go with wood. It's wood. Let's see why. Oh, ventriloquist and his dummy. Oh, I see. Because it was a dummy. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I get it. You know what? Let's. Oh, where'd it go? Let's have a look at the list one more time, because I think I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. I'll just put this on screen to show you what we have this time around, and I will most likely be making this into a shorter video for people who couldn't attend the stream. But I'll keep the live up. You can go to the live tab on my channel and rewatch this or show someone the stream so they can watch it on their own. But yeah, my stomach is growling. It's been a while. I haven't eaten since this morning, and we've been at it for 5 hours now. But yeah, thank you so much for coming, guys. I always appreciate all of you coming by. This is always a lot of fun. Next time, I'm going to figure out a way for all 200 of us to play some kind of game or something, because I don't know, I've always wanted to have like some fun playing a game with you guys, like an actual game, not just trivia. But yeah, and I've got a couple other stream ideas that I might like to throw into the mix. And the delicious taco thing you were talking about, well, it's not quite a taco, but it is delicious, I tell you that. Maybe I will go eat some. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $5. I appreciate that very much. And hello from Sweden. Oh, hello from the United States. You might have, Joaquin, but again, you can watch it up on the channel if you want to. But yeah, guys, thank you very much. I'm glad I could make some of you guys' days. That's very good to hear. And a dual stream on Twitch. Maybe next stream I'll do another stream on Twitch. We'll see. But that's all for now, guys. Thanks for coming by and playing a little trivia game with me and hanging out and talking. I'll see you next time, and take care. Thank you.